We good to go? They got the video set. All right. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Hartford Selectboard on Tuesday, May 16th, 2023 at 6 p.m. Our first item tonight is the Pledge of Allegiance. Would anyone like to lead us?
I will.
Okay.
I
Pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Gail. Okay, we have no liquor control board business tonight, no cannabis control board business tonight. Order of agenda, everyone okay with it, or anyone want to move anything around? Okay, order of agenda looks good. So that'll bring us to public comment. So for public comment, we'll start with people in the room. Please come up to the lectern, identify yourself and your name, identify yourself and your town or village of residence. You'll have 5 minutes to speak. We have a timer here. Please address the board as a whole and no personal attacks. So if there's anyone in the room who'd like to comment publicly, this is the opportunity.
Hi, my name is Aaron Warner, and I'm a Hartford resident. Just a little background on me. I own a home off Kristen Street. I'm married with 5 children and a blended family, most of them grown out of the house, and I have 3 grandchildren. I own 2 businesses. I'm a part-time journalist. My first business is Good News Training. It's devoted to physical fitness. My second is auto detailing. I'm a graduate of Leadership Upper Valley Class 2010, and was also the president of the Twin State Business Networking International Chapter in 2014. 4 of my children went to and graduated from Hartford schools. I'm also a member of the International Fellowship of Chaplains. I'd like to begin by asking, how do you feel about being deceived? I don't think any of us likes being deceived. And why is this important? As I stand here, I'm talking to people who occupy the least trusted position in our country, elected officials. The second least trusted occupation in my field is my field of media journalism. The American people of all political parties, when polled, say they trust politicians and media the least in our country because they have proven to be the most dishonest people, who are also blessed with positions of tremendous power and influence and trusted to faithfully serve the people. As elected officials, you're beholden to what is called a fiduciary responsibility. Do all of you know what that means? A fiduciary responsibility entitles you to act in good faith and trust on behalf of the people you represent, which is the entire town of Hartford, myself included. It's come to my attention tonight, the board has planned to adopt a resolution to fly the pride flag atop the municipal building. This is the latest in the series of social agendas put forth by the town. The past couple of years, we not only had a pride parade, we added a pride month, another pride week. Why does this concern me? Where in the town charter does it fall in the select board of the town to make social issues the focus of town business? Since when did someone's sexual preference or non-preference become the business of the town, while also becoming the mandate for the residents to declare implicit allegiance to those town members who feel they need to be affirmed for their life decisions? This isn't something we do for other demographics. We don't hoist flags for electricians or albinos or Mormons or the gamers, yet we are seemingly constantly bombarded by the LGBTQ++ cohort who seem to think they need to act like colonialists and plant a flag to symbolically declare their capture of the town of Hartford. Make no mistake that what this is. It's the latest in the territorial pissing contest being waged by people who can't be adults about their life decisions and but have to erect flags and stamp their pride at virtually every turn. As board members, you pledge allegiance to one flag, the American flag. It's under that flag we all agree to unite. It's no secret our country is becoming more and more divided. And it's the flag waving, dog whistling, virtue signaling call to celebrate the rainbow that appears to be at the heart of it. Now you can try and call me a transphobe, but you'd be wrong. I was one of the first trainers in the Upper Valley to have a trans client who I helped train through their transition. Or a homophobe, but that's not true either. My uncle is gay, my neighbors are gay, and I have several business colleagues and friends who are gay. You can try and call me a racist, but that won't stick either. My best friend from childhood is Black. My friends growing up in Portland, Oregon were Chinese, Mexican, Jewish, Vietnamese, Native American, East Indian, and so on. Right now I have a kid in Nigeria, maybe, who I'm helping put through law school. And like many of you, I didn't need to be told Black Lives Matter. That was a given. Turns out Black Lives Matter was a deception too. How much money did they give to George Floyd's estate? a whopping $0 out of the billions that they raised from this tragic death. Even the word phobic is loaded. It's a medical term no one but a psychiatrist is qualified to use. Yet these are the calling cards of the woke and LGBTQ who only a few years ago tried to tell us, we just want to have equality in marriage. Then it's, we want you to recognize our sexual preferences. And it's, we want you to use our pronouns. And we want you to affirm our gender identity. Now, just like the colonial powers, a DIE committee would no doubt rail against, you want to plant the rainbow colonial flag. This is the type of deception at the heart of the issue I'm raising. You haven't been honest. The rainbow movement hasn't been honest. You have taken advantage of the goodness of the people of this town, and you are using it to assert political power and make demands that are not yours to have or to make. Your role is to serve this town for its general use, care for the utilities, the roads, the playing field, make sure the water is clean and the bridges are safe. Your fiduciary responsibility isn't to act as civic nanny and affirm a select group of citizens and show favoritism, to tell adults which words they can use, and to manipulate or intimidate people into participating in whatever lifestyle other citizens choose. There are many, many people in this town who are growing tired of the use of town resources and paid time to be put toward what is ostensibly the purview of people's private lives. It's on their behalf I speak, myself included, that we've grown tired of the deception and playing favorites to the exclusion of your stated task, caring for the town, not assuming the quasi-parental role of celebrating and affirming the only supposedly marginalized group who are anything but. Instead, you're making them the most centrally focused, and in so doing, you are marginalizing everyone else who chooses to live as regular adults who don't need a flag other than the American flag to unite under.
Okay, thank you. Other public comment?
Joe Major, White River Junction. Wow, that was something else. Since a resume was just given, I thought that I'd give you my resume. My major in college was broadcast journalism. I worked as a newspaper reporter for the Maryland Independent newspaper, the predominant newspaper in Southern Maryland. I worked as a reporter for 3 radio stations, WKIK, WLBL, and WECK, and in Maryland and in New York. And I was also a television reporter for Cable News 21 in Montgomery County, Maryland, and WKBW, the ABC affiliate in Bugbee. Now, I tell you this not to boast my resume, but to give you some credibility that I have about what I'm about to talk about. Recently, the gentleman that just left wrote an article in an online website. And he did what we practice called seagull journalism. That's when the author swoops in, takes a dump on you, and then swoops out. And generally, when that happens, there are misinformation, half-truths, and quite frankly, facts that are completely wrong. And if you went to his article, in the very first sentence, he goes that the select board developed a committee on a new committee on social justice. Last time I checked, and he was talking about H. Corey, and last time I checked, H. Corey has been around for about half a decade. I probably would not be talking about this in public comment, but this particular article was shared on social media, shared with the board, and shared with staff. That was disappointing. It's lazy and it's easy. Ease is the greatest threat to progress than hardship. Ease is a greater threat to progress than hardship. Let's take also, if you read down in the article, he talked about Pat Archulio being the town clerk. Now, I don't know, but I saw Lisa O'Neill earlier today in her chair And the town goes, can someone call Lisa and tell her she's been replaced? Because apparently she doesn't work here anymore. Was that, oh, she still does? Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. It also tried to address H Corps, saying it was for social justice and for racial and marginalized people. Now, probably initially that was the case. But if you look at the work that H Corps has been doing, it's been doing it for everyone. Framework of the Public Information Officer. Let's face it, the town hasn't been all that great at communicating. Wanted to make sure that it put forth something to make that better for everyone. Public safety review. Not for any particular person, but for everyone. Leo Puller began a public policy on policy document that H. Corey is working on. Leo Puller's policy on policy has been in a binder in his office, untouched since he left. Don't be fooled by divisive rhetoric. Hartford, you're better than that. I'm gonna challenge you, Hartford. What I need you to do is you need to keep growing, you need to keep learning, you need to keep working. I'll see you at work.
Thank you, Joe. Public comment? Yes, please come up to the microphone.
Well, good evening. My name is Joe Trottier. I won't be quite as eloquent as the previous speakers. Just want to know you're a lifetime resident, town of Hartford. And I'm proud to say I served 4 years in the United States Air Force. I built businesses in this town. I had a business with 12 employees, built swimming pools, and we had a ski shop, done a lot of different things, positions in my life, mostly along the business lines. However, I have got over 45 years of service to various boards, the town of Hartford. Okay, I've served on just about every committee you can imagine. And I guess I was even once the delegate to the Upper Valley Lake Sunapee Council representing Hartford. So I've got a lot of service and experience to the town. I love the town, and I'm fearful of some of the things going on in it and people's attitudes and so forth. But what I want to say this is that, basically I'm conservative, but I believe in let people live. Okay, we're all going to be held responsible for our decisions in life. Okay, I'm not going to try to jam my position down anybody's throats or anything like that. But I think this is a very serious issue, and I think it can be very divisive in the town. So what I'm suggesting is that you should really hold off. Like, you have your gay parades, LGBT parades and so forth, and other various parades in the town. But I think if you're going to do this, you should hold off until the spring and bring it before the town meeting. That's my suggestion. I think this is way too early and there's too much division here in the town of Hartford. So I'll leave you with that.
Clarification of what is this? I'm not sure what you're referring to, but this of your.
I think he's referring to the flag.
Yes, the flag issue, of course.
That is on the agenda here also, so.
Right.
If that's what you're.
Yeah, I thought you figured that out.
No, I had no idea.
Okay, this is on the flag issue, of course. So like I say, technically, I guess if you watch the news lately, and I'm a news hawk, but there's been quite a few instances where within the United States, I know in Texas and in New York, where they've had people make special requests for flags and so forth, and they were turned down. And the understanding is that if you're going to have one approve one organization, you have to approve them all. You cannot make any distinction. Okay, so I guess I've said enough, and I'll let someone else go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trotter. Any other public comment in the room? Do we have any hands up on Zoom?
No hand, oh, there go the hands. We have Marie.
Okay, Marie. Bring Marie over.
Go ahead, Marie. We can't hear.
Hi,
you.
Marie,
You're
can you hear us?
muted.
Hello?
Hi, Marie.
Hi. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I just had some questions about the email that I had sent out this
Sure.
week to everybody.
Sure, Marie, before we get into that, could you just identify your
Oh, I'm sorry,
village
Marie,
of residence?
Marie, Alvin, Hartford Ave, Haven neighbor.
Yep, okay, thank you.
So I was just wondering about the questions I had sent everybody last week about, or the week before, about the safety, what the results were of the safety meetings. I believe that Kim had going there in each village for a while, and that was one of my questions. And the other question was about the sorting police calls to different villages as opposed to all together, to narrow down where most police calls are going. And I had also asked if we were billing the Haven for EMT services to maybe cut down on that debt we have to write off every year. And also I wanted maybe Ally has some of that information about the town-owned land to look at for donations for Haven overflow or a campsite or something like that. I'm not sure of all the details. I guess there was something going on at one time. And I guess that's all I have to say. I'd like to know if the results of any of those questions, please.
Sure, of course, thanks, Marie. So I'm not sure, but we do have our community safety review RFP discussion tonight, and this is the second discussion on this topic. So that is something that we brought up last week. I know earlier last year there was, I believe it was the Community Coalition held a number of public meetings in each of the villages just to get a sense from the residents, about what their concerns were with safety or what kind of resources they felt they were missing. And it was very interesting of different results across town. So there's that, and we have our safety RFP tonight to discuss again. The 911 calls, I'm not sure if we have data on that, but we can, probably see if we can figure out. I guess the idea is figuring out where the calls are coming from, sort of from which village you get the most calls, essentially, is what it sounds like.
Yeah, hi, Marie. If you sent the email to me, I didn't receive it, and
Okay.
I apologize. Certainly, if you'd like to resend it, and then I can confirm that we received it. Upon receiving it, I would have sent it off to Chief Sheldon, but Chief Sheldon, you're here. Did you receive an email from Marie that
I think it was
wasn't
sent only
included
to
on?
select board members, if I remember correctly.
I thought I sent it to everybody, the chief, both chiefs, and just because I want everybody on board.
Yeah, and Marie, we'll look at that. We'll certainly get you the answers if it doesn't look like we have them tonight, but we can work with Chief Sheldon, I think Chief Cooney as well, because he did have a question about ambulance debt. So
And one more question was, I remember Michael Morse brought up last week about seeing who is in attendance of these meetings, which seems to be blocked from those of us attending online.
yeah, I mean, he also mentioned the chat, and I think we have some issues with having a chat during the Zoom, probably some open meeting law issues. When it comes to how the presentation of the video is, I think that's something, Jam does sort of run that. I mean, we could certainly talk to them. It sounds like the desire is to see like the audience members as well as the select board.
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Marie, well, we'll get you answers to your questions. We appreciate you calling in.
Thank you much.
You will forward them
Yep,
to us.
absolutely.
Okay.
Unless you have it wrong.
Do we have any other Zoom hands up? Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Marcy Bartlett.
Hi, everybody. This is Marcy Bartlett from Wilder.
Hi, Marcy.
And I wanted to thank Chief Sheldon for his really well articulated report about the noise complaint in White River. It's so refreshing to see that level of communication, networking, detail, forthcoming on the noise complaint from all sides. It meant a lot to be able to read that, and it bodes well for future efforts to see that type of transparency. I just really, really appreciate it. I thought it was very, very well done. I do know, having worked in a restaurant setting for a lot of years, that the vacuum equipment used to clean hood vents, etc., and suck out oil, replenish with fresh oil, they're loud. It's a necessary evil for fire safety, for cleaning out oil and residue from food preparation where there's a high grease content. So if you hear the noise, think, oh, they're not going to burn us down. That's a good thing. Anyway, there's a lot to it, but I really just wanted to say thank you very, very much. There's been a larger, in my view, police presence on Hartford Avenue. I appreciate that as well. In fact, I pulled over when one of the officers was out by where on Taft's Flat. Anyway, they were there, and I stopped and chatted and said hello, thanked them, and he said, "Oh, I'm here all the time." So I appreciate our law enforcement and what they're doing to support the town in every way. And sometimes saying thank you goes a long way.
Well, thank you, Marcy. We appreciate hearing that as well. The chief is here, and I know that he appreciates that. So thank you.
Yep.
Just for telling us that.
You're
Any
welcome.
other hands on Zoom?
No other hands up.
Okay, so we will end public comments. The next item is select board comments and announcements. Kim, do you want to start?
Just mention as much as possible that there's a survey available online now for the town manager search committee to get more input from the community on characteristics and priorities that people have for the town manager or permanent town manager. And so please fill that out if you can. It's on the front page, the homepage of the Hartford website, which is hartford-vt.org.
Thank you, Kim. Dan, do you have anything? Mary, do you have anything?
No.
Ally?
Yeah, just to let folks know about the Clifford Park Food Forest Work Party. For folks who don't know, that's a really wonderful project that Resilient Hartford has been working on for a long time, to have fruit and nut trees and a really food generating forest. And so there will be work parties, or they're called work parties, this weekend, the 20th and the 21st from 9 to noon. So if you're interested in doing some planting, some gardening, bring your tools, bring stuff that you can garden in. And if you want more information, you can reach out to town planner Matt Osborne, who's the staff liaison for Resilient Hartford.
Good, thanks, Ally. Danny, do you have anything?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Take me a minute here.
Sure.
So from day one of this session with this select board, I felt pretty beat down, and I felt that I've been hammered on pretty hard and disrespected by my colleagues on the board. And that has manifested itself incorrectly in anger that I've had, and my emotions, and my actions during recent board meetings. And I apologize for those actions. I still feel pretty beat down and pretty disrespected. I've had a lot of things that I felt are unjust, but I don't want to make myself out to be a victim here. I'm going to try to correct myself going forward, and I apologize for anything past that may have come across wrong. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Lenny. Just a few announcements. Live this Thursday, May 18th, 5 to 6:30, room 2. You can come out and meet our new assessor, Rick Vincent, and our new public works director, Brian Gazda. The select board has been invited to participate in the Hartford High School Alumni Parade, particularly if we want to go on the parade, possibly in a vehicle, driving the parade route. I think that would actually be a pretty fun thing to do. So I would encourage us all to do that. Then finally, I just was pointed out to me that today we want to wish a happy birthday to Leo Puller, our former town manager. And so that's all I've got for select board comments. So we will move on. Well, okay, so that's done. Appointments, no appointments. So we will turn it to Gail.
Online now, do you want to pick it or no?
Sure, I guess so.
Okay, so person with the phone ending 1823, you can unmute yourself.
Hello.
Whoever has the phone number ending 1823, you're clear to speak.
Maybe they can't hear you.
No.
They should
Oh,
be
wait,
able
they just
to.
unmuted.
Hello.
Hello.
There she is.
Hi. This is Sherry West from the town of Hartford, White River Village. I have a question or comment to make basically when it comes to any of the flag issues. Last year, I brought it up about having people get together to make a town flag. I had talked to Tom DeBalzi, Kevin Christie. I think even I mentioned it to Tim about sponsoring just having a regular town flag. And I understand, you know, the issues with having just the American flag and not having any others. However, I figure if we just have a town flag that is designed maybe by the school kids, somehow that covers everything else that you're looking for. And I just thought I'd get back with you on that because that was never followed through by anybody on the board. Anyway, that's my thought. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Sherry. We will certainly make note of that. And
I think it's only fair to recognize Heidi if you recognized.
okay, Heidi, go ahead.
Hi, Heidi Dutaway, River Junction. I would just like to follow up on what Kim said about there's a survey out for the town manager search committee. I saw online today that there is an issue with that survey where you can actually do it multiple times. And I'm not sure if the board and both Paula and Gail and the members that are here present tonight are aware that there's a glitch with that survey, and I just wanted to bring it to your attention. Maybe it needs to be pulled back until people are aware that you can do that survey multiple times. It's not just for town residents, town stockholders, and people that are of interest of our town and filling out that survey, that it really needs to be, what's the word I'm looking for, reevaluated. I noticed that today, looking over it and reading comments, and that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Heidi. Okay. Sure, and then we want to get on to the 10-minute.
The reason
And
why,
just, if you can just identify yourself.
Sarah Campbell, White River Junction, I'm on the town manager search committee, and the reason why it's an open survey without a sign-in, which would allow people to be able to take it multiple times, is so that people can give confidential comments and results. So that's a give and take that you have to do when you do a survey like that. It's either log in, you can only take it once, or it's leaving it open. So all of the data will be evaluated across all of the things that come in. So I don't think it's a glitch, but I can talk to Kathy if you guys think it's something that we need to address.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, now we'll go to Gail and the town manager report and the significant activities.
Awesome. Well, Mike, you stole my thunder about the meet and greet on
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thursday for Rick Vincent and Brian Godsa, our new assessor and public works director. Kim, you stole my thunder about the town.
Sorry, Heidi, I can't hear the town. So thank you.
The town manager survey, so that one's taken care of. And just three other items. Hydrant and flushing is going to be happening through May. And Public Works will start doing door-to-door pipe inspections as they're required to. So there'll be more on the website about that. And then the last thing I wanted to mention is Diane Perry will be retiring as the admin assistant from the police department. She has over 10 years of service with the town, and she'll be retiring this week. And we certainly will miss her significantly, and she has some really big shoes to follow. Other than that, if anybody has questions regarding the report that was put forth.
What were the dates again for the reception for
Thursday.
Brian? And when is it?
Thursday at 5 o'clock.
This Thursday in room 2.
Excuse me.
There. That's right. Yeah. So that'll be on Thursday at 5. Joe, did you have a question?
Yeah, and actually it's something that I'm not sure if you mentioned what the date was for the high school.
Alumni, I'll have to actually get the date. Just, I believe it's in June.
Okay.
Kim?
Just for SIGAC's question.
Yeah, go ahead.
And maybe Bill can answer this if you don't. What is the SOC alert?
Dylan, would you like to come up and answer or
Thank you.
stand up there? Thank you.
SOC Alert is a security operations center. We work with an outside vendor to manage and monitor public safety facilities 24/7. And so we had kind of a more in-depth alert that required a bit more investigation. It turned out to be kind of a false alarm at the end of the day, which was good. But I figured it was worth knowing because it did take about a day or two investigation. So
Cool, thank you.
Thank you, Dylan.
And you have another question, Kim?
Yeah, just, and maybe I'll just send an email to the tree board. I had a question about the trees along Hartford Cemetery and Parks and Recs.
Scott Hauser will be here shortly
Okay.
for his presentation. And if it's appropriate, you can certainly ask him that question at that point.
Cool, thanks.
Any other questions for Gail on the significant activities? Okay, thank you very much, Gail. All right, so we're going to board reports, motions, and ordinances. So tonight is the second meeting regarding the community safety review RFP discussion. We met last meeting just to sort of bring everybody up to speed on the history with it. We talked to Chief Sheldon and Chief Cooney about it, and wanted to gauge what they thought of it. So tonight is the second of 3 meetings. We hope by the 30th of May we have a finalized RFP that we can vote on. So with that said, I'll kind of open it up if anyone has any discussion or comments. And we got both the chiefs here, and we'd love to hear from them. You guys are ready?
Well, I certainly don't want to put the spotlight on them. I just want to make sure that we're having a fluid conversation.
Yeah.
And this is the opportunity for the public to come forward, as
Sure.
well as all of you and people to call in if you're here in the audience and you'd like to speak or to call in.
Sure.
Definitely trying to have enough opportunities for everybody to come forward to have a discussion about it.
Yeah, well, we'll open it up. So if anyone here or on Zoom has any comments on the RFP, we're happy to hear that. If select board members have questions or comments, we can do that as well. Good.
I would just like to express that I'm comfortable with the RFP as is. I think there was some exchange that I might have been included on in which there was some feedback from the chiefs regarding maybe adding a piece that asked the consultants, the applying consultants for examples of this kind of work that they've done before. Is that, so, I mean, I don't know if that were to be added, who would be responsible for adding it? But anyway, I'm comfortable with the RFP as is.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I think that sort of the question I have about this for everyone, is, are we comfortable with the language? Because that's what we're going to be voting on the 30th. Do we need to make any revisions to it? Are there any suggestions that people have about the current language? Or do we feel that this conveys, I think, broadly enough what we want to get out of it? I mean, part of it is, being able to describe it, frame it in the RFP so that the right consultants might be interested and come to us, and we can certainly work with them and direct them. But I just wanted to, since this is what we actually end up voting on, I want to make sure people are comfortable with the language as presented. Lanny? And then we'll, yep.
The only thing that I see is that it seems like it's quite a bit to do for the amount of money that we're putting towards it, to do an effective job on getting the voice of the customer within the town. It's a lot in this RFP, and to be able to get what you want out of it for 50 grand, it's going to take a lot of boots on the ground and a lot of walking and talking and shaking hands. And I'm not sure $50,000 is going to get you what you want.
And I'm not sure, how, no, I think that's kind of a good question. Like I said, and I put it down for what we're asking. I don't know. Kim?
Happy to, I mentioned this on the May 2nd meeting, in that one possible methodology is that the consultant is working with the service agencies in the area, and seeking volunteer help to do that sort of trauma-informed interviews with people within the community. So there is potential for there to be service agency nonprofit participation.
Yeah, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
It's not that I don't I don't disagree with what you're saying, but in order to get the true voice of the community without any bias into it, you need to have independent people coming in from outside, because agencies that go out there to talk to their people that they support within the community, they have a relationship with those people already. And there's a lot of bias, perceived or not, within the people that are supplying resources to these folks. That's why I'm saying, in order to get a truly unbiased assessment of our community, this has to be, in my opinion, it has to be a blank slate that you start from. Because when you come across it, it's like me going out to people. I would go out to people I know. Okay, if you get a business consultant to do this, they're going to hit people that you know, people that I know, people that Mary knows. It's going to be a better makeup of the community, and it's not going to be a true representation if you have, in my opinion, if you have the social service agencies go out and get responses based on what they do for these people.
Alex?
Yeah, maybe just to respond to that, and I think maybe in the previous meeting, Chief Sheldon, you were speaking to this a little as well, but and I'm curious, to see what proposals we would get and how consultants would be describing their work. But I think my personal view is that there could be a balance of both of those things. So I hear you about bias and making sure that someone's not coming in with preconceived ideas about people, about what our community, safety and wellness really looks like, to be facilitating and kind of the lead of that process. At the same time, though, being able to help guide folks who already do have relationships in the community who, for instance, if we're trying to hear from folks that may not feel as comfortable being interviewed because they're marginalized or more vulnerable. It can help to have someone, a friendly face. So I think there can be that balance of somebody who doesn't have that predisposition or bias, training folks, and like Kim was saying, maybe trauma-informed care and practices, or structuring interview questions, for instance, and doing the actual kind of data analysis. A little bit of a kind of bird's eye view versus, or not versus, but in partnership with folks who do have some relationships and can, go out and be able to actually make those, you're okay, Mary, make those inroads.
I just fear that if you have somebody like say WISE, who is an awesome organization in the Upper Valley, WISE is just great. If you have someone from WISE go out and talk to people in the Upper Valley, the people that are talking to WISE are going to say, hey, we get awesome, women's resources from WISE. They're going to be, because that WISE is they're going to try to make, there's a potential for people to say, yeah, you guys do everything I need. You guys give me the great services that I need. Or if the police department goes out there, they're going to say, yeah, the police department provides me the great service that I need, the safety that I need, or the fire department. That's the kind of bias I think that you're looking at without having an independent source to go out and garner information from the public.
Isn't,
Just my opinion.
I hear what you're saying, and the part of it, is just a request for proposal. I imagine that consultants will put in a proposal, and it certainly, that maybe you could put in something about how they plan to address that or deal with that, so that we get unbiased information from the largest,
I think I would like that
section of
language.
citizens as we can.
It'd be good if we could add that language to this RFP to be able to provide, unbiased, data to form our opinion of the Upper Valley from, or opinion of the town.
I think part of what they'll have to do is tell us how they plan to collect the data, and analyze it. That's something that's going to on them when we look at the proposals, it's like.
Right now, we don't have anything written into this to say we're going to use any other resources though.
Right, so we may want to consider some language about asking, the proposal to include like an explanation of how they will, collect, data, how they will do it in a way that's, unbiased. Something like that, and then it's kind of clear to them that that's something we want them to explain to us about how they're going to go about doing it. So, if the board's good with that, that's something we can discuss. Remember, the idea is to have in 2 weeks a proposal to draft on, so we can take these ideas tonight and work them into the final proposal that we'll vote on next meeting. So I think that would be a good way to go about it. Kim?
There is language in the RFP already that says the consultant will prepare a draft public engagement strategy designed to provide broad public input on a vision for a healthy and safe community. It's the primary scope of work of the first bullet of what they will do. So let's find out how they propose to do it. Be curious if the chief said any.
I'm a grassroots person, so I think it should be local. I don't disagree with everything that's been said. I think there are some important points that are brought up by everybody, and one of those things that it reminds me of is blind spots. We all of our service partners, service providers in this community, we all have blind spots to what we're missing. So until someone comes forward and tells us that, who is that? We don't know. We could do it locally. We could go outside. I just worry about an outside company coming in without the buy-in of the local service providers, an outside company paid by the select board, the town of Hartford, saying, this is what you got to do. Doesn't mean they're going to do it. They're private organizations. You need to buy in from the beginning. Somehow there needs to be buy-in, whether it's an outside company, as Kim said, organizing it and everybody doing the work on the ground. But again, you have to garnish that support. Who's going to say that HCRS is going to help? Right. Unless they're in on it. So providing a big study and spending the money is great. How are you going to get buy-in from the local service providers who need to do the work, not only during the survey, but after, to work with the identified blind spots and lack of service and gaps. So that's my concern. We need to buy in from the locals but you're not gonna get them to do it, no matter what and how fancy the report looks at the end.
Mhm.
If the different organizations that address homelessness, address substance use disorder, address crime, obviously we'd be buying in because we're part of the town.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of service groups out there, treatment people. How are you gonna get them to buy in? That's the question. After you get the RFP back and you decide on somebody, there's gotta be some kind of movement, coalition. We started meeting, we had a meeting last week with some service providers, and we're starting to build a coalition.
Mhm.
But how do you get them to buy into your idea or an outside company's idea of what we need?
Yeah.
That's my concern.
That's a good point. Sarah?
Sorry. Chief, could you talk a little bit about that, like local, doing it in-house? Because I mean, obviously we have resource constraints. And I love the concept, we've talked about it in Hapori a lot, about getting all of these partners involved. But then having someone from the outside kind of organize the work. And when you think about that organization, and when you've said, the local, how would you think about it in a local context? How would it be organized by someone in-house?
Well, I think you have to put the right people in charge. You have to have someone who's an executive director. And then I can only speak about my experience in Welland, as executive director of Project Vision. We had an executive director, a chairman or chairperson who was a civilian member of our community. And we had subcommittees or committees and subcommittees that did all the work. Problems were identified, problem statements were written, and then action steps or goals were outlined underneath it in a strategic plan, which is a very fluid living document, which changes as the town's needs change. The hard part is identifying the needs first, the gaps, the blind spots that we all have in our services. So once those are identified, you have to have, as I said in the meeting the other night, last week, you need a local cheerleader. And Joe's name may or may not have come up. You need a local cheerleader. You need a local cheerleader who's got some clout in the community to say, hey, come on, let's join on this, let's get this going. And you need a lot of people and energy moving forward, which I think if someone from the outside comes in and says, here's your report, here's your problems, where's the buy-in? Then you have to get everybody around the table and say, do you want to help us with this? I think that needs to be part of the process in the very beginning. Whether it's an outside company coming in and doing the assessment while we do all the work, or whether it's someone local. I know HCC is contemplating sending in a proposal, but it is a lot of work, and it comes down to funding, as Elaine said. So how do you get the funding? Is the town willing to put the funding in place to support that? We've talked about data crime analysts already that another partner knows about, that was willing to help us. Some of it free, some of it at a cost. How do we take the data, analyze the data in a way that's useful? There's a lot of parts to this, but once you start building that momentum, once you start getting a cheerleader, Joe, in place, I keep slipping out, I'm sorry. Once you get that cheerleader in place and the decision makers at the table. Now, when we met last week with HCRS, HCC, The Haven, Claire Martin, Turning Point, there was a bunch of us at the table. One of the things we talked about was who wasn't there and who needed to be. And boy, the list got long, so I didn't know half of the names of people were mentioning. So the next meeting will be much larger. And I said at the end of the meeting, we need a bigger room because the room we're in is not going to support the number of people. But with that, we need decision makers at the table. You can't send in a low-level employee whose only comment is, great idea, let me talk to my boss. We want people at the table who can say, yes, I'm committing my organization to this process. And you start getting buy-in from the top. If you don't have buy-in at the top, you're not going to get buy-in at the bottom. So we need to start there. So you need to start building it. And it's not something that happens overnight. It's a slow process. How that looks with the report and the study, that's two separate things. The study can help us, but we need that study. Rutland did that same study. But how do you, and we did surveys and everything else to determine what we needed to work on. That's one step. The other step is the coalition to do the work. But you need that buy-in from the very beginning. You can't have an outside company do everything and then throw you a report, because is HCRS going to buy into it?
So Chief, is that buy-in like after the RFP is published or posted? Is that the idea? I mean, I'm just,
At the same time.
at the same time. Okay.
Yeah, we've already met. I mean, even though I know we were going to have these discussions and we're going to send out an RFP, we already had a meeting set up to start building a coalition here in town of all the service providers. Great meeting. a lot of people missing that I wasn't aware of, that I was informed of. So the meeting will be bigger, more coalition or more members to the coalition. But there is some excitement starting to stir around this in the gaps. So because in Project Vision, there was no budget, it was zero money. All the work was done on the good graces of your organizations and your nonprofits. You can't say to them, here's your report, send your people, because they're already stretched. You have to get that buy-in in the beginning. You have to start moving the ball forward very slowly in the beginning and building those relationships and that trust and that culture around the coalition, but around the community.
Okay, let's take the hand on Zoom.
Okay. Oh, wait, sorry. Marcy, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, Marcy Bartlett Wilder. Boy, I'm having mixed feelings here. I certainly want to see the folks who are most vulnerable served well. And I've helped some of the most vulnerable personally on a totally private level. I also see the dollar amount that could be attached to having an outside study done. The one respondee of $600,000. It's a lot of money. And I'm big on infrastructure personally, and just, know that if we're going to be expending a big ticket item, how that feels to the voters. And I have mixed reviews. I'm not sure where to head with that.
Thanks, Marcy. So this is, I think we're talking about $50,000. There was, when the RFP was initially put out, we got a bid that was like $600,000, but that was from a company which seemed to sort of misread the RFP, and it was more about like security stuff, like turning the town into a fortress. I don't know, but in any event, it wasn't what we were intending to get a proposal on. So we've got the $50,000 for this one.
Is there a way to, just thinking out loud here, is there a way to incorporate our public health officer as part of this conversation?
Well, it sounds like the chief's getting, people together from various organizations. I mean, certainly the health officer plays an important role in that, and I would imagine that we would want his input, on the discussion. I mean, he's out there like on the ground a lot of the times, like, assessing situations, whether they're dangerous, things like that. So certainly, and I would imagine that like the more people, the merrier we can get into these meetings and who can have some buy-in on it, the more successful ultimately we're going to be with this project.
The value of human intelligence has always been underestimated,
Yeah.
And like you're saying, if he's out there, boots on the ground, to use a trite expression, but there's regular folks that see stuff, that should say stuff. So thank you.
Yes, thank you, Marcy. Any other comments or questions on this? Any thought of, sort of next steps? I mean, ideally we'll be ready to put something out. I think we've done pretty good. I mean, the chief, I think, has done a great job identifying some of the challenges, and that's how public, the buy-in essentially, and how that works with the actual proposal that we put out in order to make sure that they complement each other. For the proposal itself, do we have any more questions or comments on it, Kim?
I mean, other than just changing the dates and the town manager contact information, stuff like that. I'm comfortable with it as is.
Okay, and I wouldn't mind looking at some of the language, with the lens towards what Lanny brought up. It may already be in there, if we read it broadly, but I think it's good to make sure everyone on the board feels comfortable with the language that's in there. Yep.
So do you have any specific changes to the language that you would like to make? Because when we come back on the 30th, we would like to approve it.
Yep.
Have the board approve it, and then we can release it. So if there is specific language in there that you want to change, we need to know now so we can make those changes. Other than the dates, obviously, and the names.
I don't know how to work it in, but it would be worthwhile if we could work in somehow to get bias-free responses and a way to obtain bias-free responses. That I think is important.
So we all have a copy of it. So if we can find the page that you're specifically
Yeah, I don't know how to
talking
work
about,
it in, though.
so-
That's the problem. I don't know how to work it in.
I have a suggestion, Lanny. Maybe it's in the methodology section. It could be in the first sentence. Please provide a detailed explanation of how your firm would approach the work. With demonstrating how cognizance of bias and, something like that.
Or you can
Bias
just-
and power. I would also add power dynamics. That feels important too.
Yeah.
That might not be the exact, but.
What did you say, Ally? I'm sorry, the non-biased, and what was the second part of it?
Bias and power dynamics.
Page view.
Can I make a stab?
On page 4, methodology, section C.
Section C. Okay, so what if that sentence read, please provide a detailed explanation of how your firm would approach the work with an unbiased approach with regard to power dynamics. Please provide a detailed
Live
explanation.
editing is a challenge. Methodology is page 4, section C.
Section C.
Um,
Proposal requirements.
Okay.
Please provide a detailed explanation of how your firm would approach.
You could say something like specifically how the information, specifically how would you work to reduce bias, like in the gathering of information or something like that.
A reduced bias, reduce bias.
Reduce or eliminate bias and
yeah.
solicitation of information.
Just an unbiased approach.
Unbiased approach. I just think that there has to be something detailing a way to gather information without biases of agencies.
Chief Cooney and Chief Sheldon, you've got the language, you
Yeah, I like
know
what
where
Kim
they're
said.
going.
Yeah, I like what Kim said, an unbiased approach, because you're gonna get biased answers.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's bias, or whether it's bias based on trauma, bias based on past experiences, you're gonna get the answers you're gonna get. I think the unbiased approach, you want a fair and partial approach. And I think that's the key.
Do we have a? It sounds like Kim's is pretty good.
So
Here's the power dynamics. So unbiased approach. How your firm would use an unbiased approach to the work.
For informational gathering.
Yeah, I mean, they should have an unbiased approach for all their work, regardless of what it is, reporting, gathering, I think.
Just have to put the unbiased approach in there somewhere. Like,
please provide a detailed explanation of how your firm would approach the work
and an unbiased
in an unbiased way.
manner.
Manner.
We're gonna try to get power dynamic.
And unbiased, yeah.
When you say power dynamic, explain what you mean by power
We
dynamic.
have a whole workshop scheduled on it, we can talk about it. I'm not trying, I'm serious, like we have a workshop on it, but I'm also happy to talk about it further. I don't think that now is the time.
Does an unbiased approach include like trying to eliminate like the influence of power dynamics? I mean, is it in here?
Well, I think actually maybe it might be a good, I think Lanny asked a good question, not only for himself, but for everybody else who maybe he's listening.
Okay, sorry.
If you could give a definition of it, I think it would be beneficial.
Ellie, do you want to go? And then we'll hear from you.
Sure, yeah, so I appreciate that question, Lanny. When I think about, because it actually makes me think about what you mentioned of, let's say somebody, a service provider is, conducting an interview with someone that maybe they work with or who would seek services from them. the person that they're speaking to might not necessarily be totally honest or be like, oh yeah, of course I, feel like I'm served or I get what I need. There's a power dynamic there, right? Where you might be more inclined to, when someone is in a place of positional power, for instance, a person might feel like, oh, I think I should just say yes, or I think I should just speak affirmatively to this rather than being honest. So I think when you have, that's just one example. So I think when you have folks who are really skilled at understanding how power dynamics are operating, when they're going out to an interview or when they're facilitating a community engagement process, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to like eliminate a power dynamic, but it's going to be handled in a more skillful way. But happy to talk about it more because it's something that is really important to, I think, all of our work, not just with this process, but in general. Like, we sit with some power dynamics here too, right? And we should be talking about that and thinking about that in our work.
Can we ask him to provide a detailed explanation of how your firm would approach the work in a manner that is unbiased and reduces the influence of power dynamics or something like that?
Michael, Chair of the Select Board.
Thank
There you go. So you get paid the big bucks.
Sir, yes, please identify yourself and name town, village, or residence.
With apologies, Jonathan Rubb, Hartford Village. And I'm gonna preamble this. I bring money into this town from afar through my practice as an engineer. And I with all this talk about power dynamic, and I guess I apologize because I'm coming to this conversation late and I'm kind of lost in the sauce.
Mm-hmm.
So with apologies for coming to this conversation late, you put out an RFP and you got no responses except for the $600,000, which is a wash.
Yeah.
And we're trying to make a few adjustments to this RFP and send it back out, and we're gonna hook a fish with this. I'm skeptical, but go ahead.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure what the whole point of this is. To tell the police how to do their business? To tell the police how to police? Is it just about addressing marginalized, underprivileged, at-risk people with all this language of power dynamic? I mean,
it sounds like we just want like a general, like, what's the point of this kind of thing?
Please.
Okay, absolutely. I don't know if anyone wants to
If I
jump
read the
in,
Valley
but I
News,
think-
and I've tried to keep in touch with this on the Valley News and through the listserv, but it seems to be how can we make life more fair for marginalized citizens? That's great. But at what point, as an unmarginalized white male in his 50s professional, at what point do I get to say, hey, every time I go to the co-op, there's people on their cell phones texting while they're driving through the intersection through two stoplights. Let's talk about safety here. I mean, yeah, there's marginalized folks out there, but I want to have a voice in how we police and how we address public safety too.
Understood, yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I can see
So
that.
I'm not going to be discounted because I'm
No,
power dynamic?
The idea is that this is to identify improvements for everyone in the town. The idea will be that everyone will benefit from this broadly.
Yeah.
And no one's excluded, based on any characteristic.
I guess I've got some issues that I would like to see addressed, like I just said
Yeah.
here.
And part of this, the
Move
idea
forward.
is to get information from the public because people have different ideas of what counts as safety. I remember when the Community Coalition did this, I went to the meeting in West Hartford where I live. And what everyone said their concern was in West Hartford, we don't have a village store. We've got to drive, we're nowhere near, right? So, some people, they think, well, it's people squatting, some people think it's these abandoned vehicles or it's drug use, other parts of the community, it could be something like, we have no place to gather. We have no place to get like a gallon of milk, right? So the idea is that we want to think about this in a way that sort of transcends just like, like crime or, fires, things like that, like something where everybody can get a
But we still got
benefit.
to deal with the crime.
Well, of course, yeah. I mean, yeah. There's not going to be any reduction in any, services that we
I've
provide.
had a years-long problem with a gentleman, I'll use the term loosely, who has vicious golden retrievers. I've got photos I can share of my 35-pound Wheaton Terrier torn to pieces and nearly killed. And the gentleman, I use the term loosely, still walks his dog off leash, still drives to my neighborhood to walk his dog off leash. The police know who he is. And I have complained until I'm blue in the face and nothing happens. So where's my voice in public safety? And that's, I guess, all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jonathan. Ally, were you going to comment or?
Oh, just to, just to respond to the power dynamics piece, that it's, that was proposed to be included in the methodology section for anybody who's actually facilitating, like the consultant leading the process, to be aware of, if they're talking to folks from a lot of different kind of positions in our community who have various levels of power and privilege, right? And to Mike's point, this isn't like, oh, we're only speaking to a certain subset of folks. It's like, we really want to get a broad and inclusive sense of how does our community feel about safety? And just in terms of the context of this review, we're hearing from, I think for the past, since my tenure on the board, at least, from a lot of different folks about their concerns about safety, from a lot of different positions of power and privilege too, and spaces in the community and villages. And so it's not meant to exclude anybody in that process. But the power dynamics piece is specifically to address how a consultant might be mindful of how that comes up when they're talking to people from a lot of different kind of walks of life, if that helps.
Yeah, and I think it's the idea to try and get the most sort of unbiased, accurate information that we can. And we're just asking them when they do the proposals, like, tell us how you intend to do that, or what measures are you taking that'll reduce, bias or influence of other things like that, just so we can try and get, the most accurate information that we can, and that people are willing to share information with us. Kim?
And I'm not sure if I was understanding you correctly, but this is in no way intended to be an indictment on our public safety departments in any way, shape, or form. It may have finished just that, and I highly encourage you, if you are willing, to go back and watch the segment in the May 2nd recording of our meeting, where Chief Sheldon really also articulated, I mean, he could do it again, but it is already there on the May 2nd meeting, where he talks a lot about, when we're looking at, it's almost like a needs assessment, like where are the strengths in our community safety net, and where are their weaknesses, and and having this looked at in a holistic way, in which someone ideally with experience with this kind of work would also then be able to recommend things. And Chief Sheldon talked a little bit about how law enforcement in his mind is for crime and violence, and that we normalize calling the police for the neighbor's music being too loud, or someone having a mental health crisis at the gas station or whatever, that basically there are other tools that can be incorporated into our overall community safety that can strengthen it all. And I think that to me is the underlying goal of this process. And I will tell you, when it was released previously, and we got that kind of absurd, it wasn't absurd, it was a proposal that we received that really was not at all in response to the actual scope of work we were looking for. But it also wasn't really, where we realized it wasn't very well promoted, right? Like, it was just kind of posted on the website and left there. So it was like nothing but bots trolling for certain words. I think we're going to find it. So I do think if it's advertised more prominently, even word of mouth, just like getting it out there that this is an opportunity, then we might have a better chance at hooking a consultant.
One of my concerns was that we were trying to come up or validate a preconceived notion that the marginalized citizens aren't being treated fairly, and we're telling the police how to do their job.
No, in fact, opposite. I think we just want to make sure that maybe people who aren't necessarily predisposed to come to meetings or send the select board emails, but that we do hear from them as well, in terms of like hearing from them, not necessarily treating them differently per se, but that their voices are at the table, as well as those of us that have the privilege to be able to
come out on a Tuesday night and sit here in this room for 4 hours and talk about this stuff.
I have the privilege. I don't often do it.
Thank you. I appreciate you being here.
Mr. Trotter, do you want to come up and speak?
It's not necessary, but whatever. Well, one of the issues that I'm worried about, and we all should be worried about in this room, is the defunding of the lodging that the state of Vermont has now chosen not to provide. I mean, you wait until June arrives, all hell's gonna break loose. And I hope you guys have a plan for security and so forth. Already, the property that I caretake, we've had trespassers, we've had people in tents and had beer bottles, wine bottles, alcohol bottles, needles. And I'm afraid it's going to get a lot worse. So we ought to be prepared for that, folks. Start thinking about that, because it's going to have to be a lot of no trespassing signs put up, because they will destroy your property.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Trotter. Heidi, please come up. Come on.
Heidi Due to White River Junction, Vermont. I'd like to start by saying I would like to thank Gail. I would like to thank Paula. I would like to thank the town employees for every single thing they have done, every single thing they do every single day. I would like to thank the police department, the fire department, because they go above and beyond. But I would like to also say that a lot of us town residents go unheard. With our complaints to the select board, we do not get heard. This gentleman does not get heard. His dog gets mauled. His dog does not deserve that. I, as a resident, make complaints and I get gaslighted. Yes, gaslighted. In email responses. I do not respect that. I do not deserve that. By a hired employee.
Yeah, you can address us, please.
I have legitimate complaints. And now we're talking about yet another low barrier shelter to draw more transients that no, they are not Hartford residents. They are made Hartford residents by using the Haven as their residency by allowing them to receive mail. They are not Hartford residents. We do not know who they are. We do not know what their problems are because they have barriers. That's why it's called a low barrier shelter, is because they are not allowed to stay in a regular shelter because they are convicted felons, they are sex offenders, they are drug abusers, whatever the reasons are. We cannot put them in any place where there are residencies. I went to this meeting last week after burying my mother because I have a heart for our residents. I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional. This is not safe for Hartford. I was told that once a person with restrictions is released, that Hartford PD and local departments are notified. We don't know what state they're coming from. We don't know where in this country they're coming from. So how do we know who they are or where they've come from or what their actual background is? We need to take a very deep and concerning look at what we're allowing into our town. I go to a lot, and I do mean a lot of meetings. I go to planning, zoning, school, HCC. I go to this meeting. I go to school meetings. I go to the H. Corey meetings. I spend a lot of time going to town meetings because I'm concerned. I have lived 50 years in this town, and I've seen what's been done. I see what is being done. I try to hold back, but I'm very, very concerned what's happening. And I hope that each and every one of you listen to me and really take this to heart. Because what's happening to our town, no one is really, truly thinking this through. You're not thinking and listening to the concerns of the citizens. This man's dog should not continue to be mauled by another person's. The citizens up on Hartford Avenue should not have to live in fear in their own homes. I live on Christian Street and I should not live in fear of condemning a home that should have been condemned years ago, of another apartment building with a meth house, and an encampment down the road from that. And why is this happening? Because no one is listening to our concerns. I know other parts of this town have the same things, but no one's listening. It's how we're perceived. Really? Please start listening. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Okay, do we have the language that we agreed upon for the RFP so we can go ahead and take this up next meeting?
So I think the changes that I've heard is obviously the dates and the names,
Mhm.
and then we will make a change to the first sentence of section C under methodology regarding non-biased and the power dynamics. And I believe both Chief Sheldon and Chief Cooney understand where we're coming from.
Okay.
Was there anything else?
I think that's good, and we'll take a look at it on the 30th.
So the goal is to approve it on the 30th.
Yep, I think that's the goal. Sarah?
Sorry. Sarah Campbell, White River Junction. Just one more question, and you don't have to answer this tonight. Can we address on the 30th what the methodology, the process is for review and approvals of the RFPs when they come in? Thanks.
Sure, yeah, I don't see why not. All right, well, thanks everyone for that. Great conversation, and we'll come back on the 30th as we move forward. Gail?
So Sarah, we do have in our purchasing policy, it does outline what we do for RFPs. So
I was just curious, like, who's part of the review panel and how, like, is that outlined as far as?
we do have a scoring that we go through, but certainly we can talk about it on the 30th as well.
Great. All right, so our next item is the open container outside consumption update from the chief. And this was brought up, a couple meetings ago, because we went through a lot of liquor control outside consumption permits. And we wanted to see how those sort of squared with the existing ordinance in town, that you can't have an open container. So Chief Sheldon's been nice enough to look at that for us. He's going to give us an update now.
Well, I assume you all have the letter I wrote.
Yep.
Basically, what I found out from the Department of Liquor Control is once an outside consumption permit has been granted and they follow the rules of petitioning it off with ropes or fencing of some sort, then that is basically an extension of their interior permit.
Okay.
So it's no longer a public area, no longer a sidewalk problem, no longer open container.
Okay. Questions on it? Lynn?
Yes, so I really appreciate what you did here. I read this thoroughly. I agree with everything here that's said within this. And I still have a question regarding the barrier aspect. One of the things that I've always brought up to this board during local liquor control is that when we are supplied an application, we're supposed to have clearly defined areas that the applicant serves serves for the outside consumption. There are also supposed to be barricades in place for that, as you've well written in this article that you've done here. And this also brings up another concern of mine, though, because we have this on a public sidewalk in downtown White River Junction, and these barriers must be in place according to the open container permit laws. It creates a barrier to access for ADA compliance.
Yes, and we had this particular problem with the Tucker box downtown, and not necessarily outside consumption, but access by ADA. And that's the fire marshal's responsibility. And he went down and spoke to them. So that would have to be referred to the fire marshal's office.
So anything that we put out for barriers or anything, not we, because it's not our responsibility, it's the responsibility of the persons that have the outside consumption permit to put up barriers, have to not limit access to the sidewalk, but yet they have to have them in order to delineate the area of consumption as well. So how do we have both concerns met, that we're allowing for ADA compliance movement and mobility within the town of Hartford, and still allow outside consumption on our sidewalks, which are still our sidewalks are a public access. I mean, when we say that when we put up barriers, it no longer becomes public. How does that hold true? How are people in scooters and wheelchairs and the blind supposed to navigate our downtown areas and not have these limited, have these problems with mobility? I mean, that's.
Well, I think the ADA compliance is 36 inches.
Gail, I think Gail.
Okay.
Did you? have
Yeah,
a
I was just
comment?
going to say, I mean, once they're approved for outside consumption, they are reviewed, and upon the review, if we find that they're not in compliance, then at that point, then they would be asked to adjust it accordingly.
Yeah, but we right downtown. I mean, I went downtown yesterday, and we have tables and chairs on either side of the sidewalk in downtown. Okay, and if we have tables and chairs in downtown on either side of the sidewalk, we have people that are going through there, walking through there, and that's fine as far as the access. I mean, and that's fine, you can get through, but it doesn't allow for a barrier to be placed at the end of the area where they're supposed to be sitting. And if we have a barrier there, how's somebody with a wheelchair going to get there, or somebody that's blind? If you put a chain across it or a rope across it, how is somebody that's blind? It's going to cause a tripping hazard. Now, I'm not for doing away with outside consumption. I want that to be very clear. I'm not anti-business in the town of Hartford. What I am very concerned about, though, is making sure that we have a downtown area that is accessible for all in our community. And that means those people that have mobility issues in the town of Hartford, our senior citizens that have walking downtown. And when you put up an obstacle to movement in the downtown area, that's, that to me is not, it's not good for our town.
I mean, I think the idea though is that they have to meet the ADA requirements for clearance. And then then you have your area where people go in. It's not entirely closed off. There's got to be a way for the customer to walk into the seating area. So,
I understand, but we
people go
don't-
through like that.
But I don't think you can have both though, because at the end of the seating
What do you mean
area,
we can't have both?
because at the end of the seating area, you're supposed to have a rope across it.
Yeah, so you have
people
like a
don't-
rope that goes, it's like you have a rope here, 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 and then you have a little spot where people walk in. So they're surrounded essentially on all sides, and there's just one entrance or exit that usually faces directly across from the entrance to the restaurant.
Right. Yeah. Have you gone down and
And then
seen?
you go through. Well, whether people are in compliance or not is one thing, and that's probably what people have to
And-
check.
and
But
that's-
I don't think
that's
the
the
idea
point
is like
that I'm-
impossible to achieve.
Well, that's the
Yeah.
point I'm getting across, is to be able to achieve that. And I'm not saying that it's the part of the police department to do that. I mean, we have local liquor inspectors that I believe are supposed to do that. I mean, who is supposed to enforce that? The compliance.
So we do approve them. You as a
Yeah.
local liquor commission do approve them. Unfortunately, you give some people an inch and they take a mile. And yes, you have to go back and you have to double check them and make sure that they are within compliance. Upon being notified that there is a situation, we will have follow-up and we'll follow up and make sure that they are in compliance. Unfortunately, we don't have somebody who can drive by there every day or watch every minute of every hour that maybe they're off a few inches, but being notified, which we have been, as Chief Sheldon did mention earlier, of a particular vendor in town regarding passage, and it has been addressed, and the fire marshal has been in contact with them. So I appreciate and respect your concerns regarding it. But again, when the permit is approved, it's done within good faith on both ends. It's done on both in good faith by you as the committee, local committee, and as well as for the vendor. And you have to trust that they're going to follow the regulations. And if they don't, then we are required to take actions, which we have been. So I encourage you, and I encourage everybody who's listening and sitting in the room, if you see something, you need to let us know, and then we can follow up.
Thank you.
Who is the enforcement agency for that?
That would be the fire marshal.
For liquor control?
To make sure that there's proper
Well,
compliance for
no,
ADA.
all right, well, yeah, but maybe there's a
But
maybe
if
there's a
they're-
disconnect here. Okay, the disconnect, I think, maybe I haven't done well in explaining it. You have a sidewalk downtown. You have tables and chairs on both sides of that sidewalk, inside and outside, next to the building, okay, right next to the curb. And you have tables up next to the building, okay? So there's an aisleway between that people can travel down, okay? And at the end of that section of where the tables are, if I'm reading this correctly, there should be a barrier across there to prevent people from going out. Am I reading that incorrectly?
There needs to be some sort of barrier, whether it be string lights or a solid barrier, yes, but
Okay.
not in a sense that it blocks the entire sidewalk, only around the seating area.
If you have a seating area inside and outside,
They'd have to have two separate.
barriers. Okay, I just haven't seen that downtown, and I just want to make sure that we can compliance on both sides of things.
Yeah, it sounds like the fire marshal does that inspection. We've gotten complaints about it, it sounds like, so good, you know, that people are making sure that it stays ADA.
I mean,
Kim?
I will say that there is one, when I walk by almost every single day by the Turtwicks, I will just hip check and move the barriers in a little bit to make more space by the light pole so that there is room for a wheelchair access. There is one seating area that they have that is not barriered currently, and I think my assumption, and I would confirm it, is that that one is not, they're not serving alcohol at that one. There's one on the curbside that is surrounded by a fence, and one on the curbside that is not surrounded by a fence. My guess is that that's a table that's available without serving alcohol, to be confirmed. There are also like hundreds of feet of sidewalk within the downtown and the town of Hartford that are virtually, you cannot traverse with a wheelchair, that are just in disrepair. So there's no question that we have a long way to go before we're fully ADA compliant, I think, as a town.
I guess I would ask if we, in order to solve the problem, if it wouldn't, as Rocket had brought up once before, opening up the areas for outside consumption of the downtown area so that someone could enjoy a glass of wine on the green or down to Veterans Park. If we might want to do that, because that would take care of the barriers of that the businesses are required to have.
We aired that, and I think that the consensus from everyone was like, we don't want to have open containers,
It
just
isn't a
really.
priority. I wouldn't even say I'm against it, but if you want to do the legwork to bring it forward as a formal thing, sorry, this has got to turn.
I'm just trying to understand a way to be able to have both parties served.
I think the key is just to make sure that we report, or people report, any instance where there isn't a clear ingress or egress coming across the sidewalk. Now the fire marshal do it, you know, and then I think we're allowing outside consumption. We're also enabling that people can get, through and are ADA compliant. The question is, I think it just comes down to like enforcing it, and you do it a couple times with a business. Hopefully they get it makes sense to them. So Gail, and then we'll go on to the website.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure Chief Sheldon was here just to specifically talk about whether or not the outside consumption was in compliance with the open container. So I just wanted to make sure that we covered that so we can excuse him and send him on his way.
Yeah, and thank you for that. We appreciated the analysis. All right, so we'll go to the town website updates. We're okay on time here. On the agenda. So Dylan, when you're ready.
Chief.
I believe Dylan's going to need to share his screen.
Joining right now.
Okay, sounds good.
It's very hot. I was
I
going
know it's like really hot.
open the window, but
Ready for that day in February when you guys have to,
Oh yeah, well, we haven't had heat here
for
for months. But yeah, now it's a little hot. Out. I think it's gonna storm. Well, whenever you're ready, if you want to kick us off with the update, that'd be great.
Absolutely. So I figured we'll start with kind of a little bit of background of sort of where we're at, kind of the plan going forward. And unfortunately, we don't have a lot to show. We do have a little bit to kind of show in terms of progress. So I figured first things first, I talking to various people in the town, trying to break down kind of the current issues that as we see them. The first of which being sort of, the obvious navigation issues. The current website's very hard to use. Speaking as a administrator, it's even difficult for us as folks doing a lot of the edits. So certainly I can appreciate, folks who are having trouble just day-to-day editing. There's various, I have some specific examples as I'll show in a second, but we're limited on the amount of news items that we can post on the front page. And I know, there's a lot of things going on in the town we want to highlight. So that's a particular challenge, trying to find the real estate for that. Obviously, a big another topic is content, which, when you think about it, we have content that is old and needs replacing, which obviously we have, department heads and other staff members who can help with that. There's broken links, which myself and my coworker are working to fix. We've also dealt with a previous migration that was not done correctly that we've been kind of fixing behind the scenes. And then I added a last category here of just not utilizing, the full power of the website. I know, websites serve a purpose, but there's many other things. There's alerting systems, newsletters, calendars can be very powerful when they're used correctly. So, that comes down to training and obviously the current site that we have that is, obviously very difficult to use. And so if we think about design, this is sort of our approach. First things first, as someone who's taking a larger role in this, I go to department heads and I go to staff members because I see them as sort of the experts in their information and what they're wanting to highlight. And then obviously, as other folks are more public facing, they certainly get a lot of the feedback from either their staff members, the public, boards such as yourself, other committee members, things of that nature. And then we think about the design, the folks we're working with, they have an art director. So we've gone through various stages of, starting at the very beginning from a mood board. What are we looking for colors and themes? And then we started to get more granular with structure and layouts and things of that nature. So we've had multiple meetings and changes based on feedback internally that we've been working through. And the last comment on this slide is sort of, underneath everything, this is sort of my main goal is their front page should be a nice, easy landing page that folks can get the information they're looking for. And they're not overwhelmed when they go to it and they kind of find what they need. Content is sort of my sort of ideas about content, coming from a physical server migration background. We sort of have to prepare for a hard cutover. We need to set a date because obviously this could go on for a while. We want to, sort of course correct as fast as we can, but at the same time, we want to make sure that internally we're ready, folks are trained and prepared, and we have the migration go as cleanly as possible, knowing full well that there will be some things that we'll have to clean up on the back end, which sort of myself and my coworker we're sort of internally planning for, trying to set our schedules to be available. You go department by department, figure out layout, design, key documents, make sure everything is there when we can. And our goal is to make, the style, at the very least be sort of uniform. So I can edit the website, a coworker can edit the website, and it should be sort of indistinguishable. There shouldn't be a lot of different styles that make it, hard to kind of sift through, if you will. And the underlying thing being, we want the right infrastructure in place. So whatever the goals are, communication wise, we want to make sure that we have the infrastructure in place to kind of bend to kind of what we're trying to accomplish as a whole here. And with that, like I said, I don't have much to show. But if we're looking at, this is our current website. Obviously, a lot of the issues we've had stems from the tiling, which I've mentioned here. This could be kind of difficult to navigate. Yep. So that's definitely something that we've heard. Just obviously there's many more examples, but it's just, aspect ratio of this photo, and then as I mentioned, sort of the three main news articles. Like I said, there's a lot going on in the town we want to highlight, and there's always sort of a real estate problem on the front page. And so like I said, this part here is our site that we're working on. As you can tell, aspect ratio of the photo, we've got a lot of great photos from police, fire, public works, parks and recreation, as you can see here with the baseball. And so we want to show the photos, but we want to make sure that we're not overtaking the real estate, if that makes sense.
So this is like the one that's going to, this sort of the example, the one that's going to get.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's great.
So this is what we're working on now. It's, as I don't know if folks can read the text, but a lot of it is not, this is not live, obviously, but you can see that the tiles are easier to navigate. The section that we had here, and again, it goes back to our philosophy on you should be able to find what you're looking for relatively quickly. This, top section, these buttons were sort of figuring out, this may or may not change, but just figuring out, the most requested items. And then in the middle, we have what they call quick links. So in our opinion, this is, certain departments have most requested items, whether that's dog permits, fire inspection, things of that nature. What's that?
Application to join a committee.
Absolutely. So obviously, not set in stone, but I figure if we can have the most kind of requested items there, obviously, taking dog licenses as an example, you certainly could go up to the top, drill down into town clerk's office, find the same link. However, we're trying to make it as easy as possible to, if a lot of folks are looking for that, it's that time of year, and then also make it editable. So there might be seasonal items that kind of come and go. And so we want to make sure that this is an evolving website that is kind of staying up to times with what folks are looking for. Last thing I'll mention, more news items in the front with the option to kind of go deeper to, find things that may or may not be on the front page. And then we have a better laid out calendar that you can sort by full calendar if we wanted to do Parks and Rec events only, public works, things of that nature. It's kind of what we're looking at there. And, the little touches that we're happy with, if you look at the front here, I don't know if you can tell, but there's like the town seals kind of in the background. So like I said, not a lot of it is, set in stone yet. We're hoping to finalize the design, and then we'll start to prepare for the migration and kind of take care of it as we cut over. But that's about where we're at.
Are there any questions? Valerie and then Lynn?
Just a quick question. Thank you so much. I'm already very excited. I see some positive responses from folks in the room too. I'm just wondering what, is there a timeline or anticipated going live date?
So we're hoping by the end of the month, end of May, to have the design finalized. We have to sort of sign off on that. And then I'm hoping soon afterwards, we'll start to talk about setting a date for cutover and things of that nature. We just haven't had that meeting yet, so I'm not entirely sure on the date, but obviously we can pass that information along when we come to it.
Thank you.
Randy and then Mary.
And one of the biggest concerns that I have, and I've talked to other people in town as well, with the current website, is that the searchability of it. The search, if you put it in the search bar to try to search something, you spend fruitless amount of time and it doesn't work. I'm hoping that there will be better query capability in the new site. That's terrible.
Yep, no, that's definitely something we've heard. And I guess a few things I would say is it's a different system that we're going to be moving to, which we had used in the past, which you know, from a back end standpoint as well as a front facing standpoint, we've been very happy with. And part of the cleaning up on the back end with they call it the document center, where all the forms and documents live. The more we're cleaning that up as we prepare to migrate, and as well as afterwards, I think will also improve, you know, getting the actual results that you're looking for. So that is kind of our goal.
Okay, Mary?
Yeah, I think this is an amazing amount of work that you've had to do. I just had a quick question. This is not in any way negative. When you're doing any of your work, have you ever worked with user design experience? Because that's from the thing that I understand about that is the people who use the site, the product, etc. They actually get all the input from the people who actually use it. And I was just wondering, I mean, maybe your design, you're doing that already.
I certainly have a little bit of experience with this, which, you know, I lean on, but I also have been very impressed so far with the vendor. They certainly gave us a lot of information to fill out, the current state of things, what we're looking to have happen, what we currently don't have. And like I said, we've tried to treat this as sort of any comment, positive or negative, we've kind of pulled in, and they have the design experience and the art direction that, you know, as long as, you know, our stance is as long as we're able to try and capture everything that folks are looking for, we feel confident that these folks can help translate and hopefully get something that everyone's proud of.
Great, thank you.
Kim, comment?
Get a couple questions, actually. One is that this is going back to Civic Plus, right?
Yep.
And I know they have a module for a ticketing system. Is that something that has been looked at? Either of them?
Not specifically, but I do know, you know, speaking about the vendor, you know, they have that module along with different alerting systems. And I know Paula had spoken to Lebanon. They also use Civic Plus. And so that's also kind of the exciting part of it is, you know, once we're hopefully stick the landing with this project and we feel good about where we're at and we're constantly trying to evolve the website, I think that's a very commendable next step is to figure out, you know, where can we grow from here and, you know, utilize our relationship with them going forward.
Cool. Well, that would definitely be a proponent of at least exploring it because we definitely need that just in some form or another. And I also had the user experience kind of question, and I think at one point I had a friend who just recently certified in user experience, and I said, "Can you look at the town website and give us some?" And she sent me some notes. Is it okay for me to just pass those along to Dylan?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay?
Yeah, we're still in that phase, so yeah, absolutely.
It just that she said some really thoughtful recommendations. Yeah. So, and then I had similar questions. So with the document center, I would just strongly request that there be some sort of standard of organization for those files.
Absolutely.
I mean, I realize that most of the documents we need are in there, but I think I'm not the only one that has a hard time understanding the mechanisms. And then I think we talked about before, like any migration that brings over searchable documents, like it makes it so that we don't have to bug staff or members of the public can find what they're looking for. Sarah Campbell will tell you how frustrated she was when she was trying to find the noise ordinance at 5 o'clock in the morning. And I think that's just a major priority. And I'd be curious to know like how far back, I feel like when the migration happened from Civic Plus to Revise, we didn't get like the agendas and things only went back maybe 2 years. So we lost some of the archive. Is that the kind of thing that exists still and we will have access to it?
We have access to the original site before the migration about 1.5 years ago. So that's part of what we're going to be hopefully trying to do is figuring out once this migration happens,
from the one that just happened, what is missing, and then, historically, are we missing years past that we can sort of retroactively go back and hopefully add back in. So, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, this is very exciting to me also. And I think the only other thing that I think might relate to this as well, which I had asked in an email, like Paula gave us kind of an update on the discussion she had around the communication, public information officer stuff with Lebanon. And I asked, it was sort of, she said that Lebanon strongly advocated for whatever the communications person was to not be a vendor contracted, but to be a staff member. So I asked the question, does that mean you support a part-time employed communication person? And I was instructed to ask during the meeting. So who do I ask that question to?
So before we move on to that, I just want to wrap up with Dylan, if anybody has any further questions with that part of it, because I think all of us have experienced the current website that we have right now and the disaster that it is. And we're not going to, relive that. We're trying to move forward with that. And as a team environment, we have been hearing what everybody needs, whether it's internally or externally, and we're doing the best that we can. And I know many of you are frustrated and feel like that it's taking too long, but I just want to remind each of you how rushed the one that we have right now is and how dysfunctional it is. So I just ask for a little bit of patience and keep sending your recommendations. We are taking them, and extremely proud of Dylan and his staff and for the time that they're putting into it and the amount of the communication that we're having. Many of us didn't have any of this communication over the last time. And so just be patient, and we're going to get there, but it takes a team effort. So
If I could just follow up on that, because my question about the communications person relating to this was sort of who do we envision is in charge of the website from here on? Is it just like IT with individual department heads in charge of their communication?
currently, right now, the way that it's set up is that the department head would be responsible for their page, with the exception of mine, because Dylan does all of mine because I'm horrible at it. But obviously, talking about a communications officer, that will be something that we will talk about, and whether or not for the updates that go along with it.
I mean, just one quick thing, like, it would be, and I can email this request as well because I haven't brought it forth yet, but the one thing we've been asking for all the committees and commissions is to have an established list of membership with their positions and their term expiration dates. And so if there's just a standard format on the committee pages that would accommodate that, I think that would be, it just would make it easier for whoever it is that's updating those pages too.
Please email me.
Benny?
Yeah, Dylan, one question. Is the old website still active?
Active is an online no, but we do have internal access to it.
So is it possible to have it online access so that people could look for things there if they can't find it on, just a link to the old website? Or is that not?
I mean, from a technical standpoint, it hasn't been updated in over a year and a half, but I can't really speak to previous.
That's fine.
access.
Well, a lot of the old stuff you could still find on there though. That's the new stuff I wouldn't expect to find in there, but.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that question, Lanny. I think that we have enough of a confusing mess that we're trying to get out of, I'm just being brutally honest, that I think starting this new one and having everything in there is the best path forward. I'm not sure we can take many more complaints regarding the website. And if people are trying to get into the old one as well, I think it's just going to add a lot more confusion regarding it. And so I just ask for patience from everybody because we are making a lot of strides.
Is there a way for a select board member to access the old website?
You don't get special treatment.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I don't think I was asking for special treatment.
Well, as a board member, you.
All right, let's hear from this person and let's move on.
Okay. Michelle, go ahead.
Hi, Michelle.
Michelle Valesky, White River Junction. Thank you so much, Dylan and Gail and everybody for the input and the website. And so I have a suggestion, and I hope it's not a complaint, but I think it'd be awesome to have a button where it says policies and procedures and ordinances. So I know when designing my website, there's a number of different ways that you can get to where you need to go. And so I think having something right up front so people can just click on it. So for example, what's the dog ordinance or the sound ordinance or the parking ordinance, or, what is the policy on committees? What is, so that that goes right to whatever the document page is. I'm not sure, but I think maybe having a separate page where those things are listed, I would be helpful for someone like me. I'm not sure it'd be helpful for other people, but instead of calling up and bothering the employees, I always like to look first here to see. So, and then I think Kim asked the question about, I was doing some research and trying to find agendas and minutes from committees in the past. And, and when I was on the charter committee, trying to find stuff there, and it would be great to be able to have that access, but I think I'm not sure how far back anyone wants to go. But anyway, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Gail?
So Michelle, you made a great, you made a great point. And as I'm not sure if you can see what Dylan has up there, but there are 9 boxes for quick links, and certainly policies and procedures would definitely be one of them. That's one thing that we've heard loud and clear, not only from the public, but also for staff as well. Would be a great box to have. So definitely on our radar.
Okay. Well, thanks, Dylan. This looks like it's going great. I think we're all very excited and happy that this is happening. All right, so we can either take our break or we can do the Parks and Rec ordinance. I don't know how long that's really going to take. It's just like banning tobacco and cannabis. Let's do it.
I don't know if you saw my notes, but.
Yeah, I think we probably should take a break first.
Okay. And I think when we come back, one thing is we want to get this done, and I think something for the board to think about going forward when ordinances are updated, like at the time we're drafting them, we update the language, so it's select board, not selectmen, but we don't do it like right when we see this here. Like that should just be a policy that the town does, is to just update it every time there's a new ordinance. Just think about it. Because otherwise we get this language and then we spend the whole night being like, change this, change that every line. It should come to us updated.
I'm happy to, if we wanted tonight say, we're just going to change the tobacco language, but we're going to go back and review all the ordinances and policies at a time in the not too distant future. I'm totally down with that. But if we have an opportunity to update an ordinance and it has some stuff that I think is either confusing or could be improved, then I think we should take the opportunity to do it.
We'll come back and discuss.
All right, okay.
And the actual ordinance itself is extremely straightforward.
Yeah, absolutely. The ordinance itself is the change of it is
extremely straightforward. Not the language necessarily that's arcane, but everything. All right, we're gonna take a break.
Okay.
Sorry, Scott.
Hope everyone feels refreshed after the break. So our next thing is the Parks and Recreation Ordinance revision, and we have Scott here. It looks like this is just some tobacco kind of stuff and expanding the number of parks where tobacco is not allowed. But I will
Yeah.
let you kick it off.
Yeah, so exactly. That's kind of what we're looking at here. In your packet, you've got the agenda memo related to park ordinance edits and some additions. And that's what we wanted to talk about tonight. There's some park edits. We needed to add a couple parks as well as some definition additions and changes, which are within the ordinance and were presented in the packet. One in particular, Article 5, the use of tobacco substitute products and cannabis. So we worked with VLCT that had us work with an attorney on the language related to the cannabis and got the reference from them of what needed to be in our ordinance. And then we added the parks, but then I was just talking and recognized that under the park ordinance, we had Quechee Green Park listed twice. So that's a mistake on our end. But anyhow, we're here to chat about that. If you have any other suggestions, recommendations, what has to happen here is you folks would review and recognize that these changes would go through a process for approval. They have to be posted. There's got to be 14, I believe 14 days. It's got to be available to the public, posted at 5 different locations. So we have a posting prepared or will be prepared and finalized. Then it would go on the town website. It's got to go in the newspaper and some other locations across town. And then a date just needs to be set tonight to do the final reading of the ordinance changes for approval. And the public gets an opportunity to come and talk and discuss like tonight as well.
Okay, thanks, Scott. Are there questions on the substance of the ordinance change? Kim?
So I think I misunderstood our goal here. And so I thought our job was to look at the ordinance in its entirety and that this was an opportunity to do an update to this ordinance. And so I did go through, I spent a lot of time and I sent about a dozen or more just notes that are, some of them are simply grammatical or whatever. But so I guess what I'm understanding now is that that this isn't the time to do this kind of
That's what I felt.
You did, okay.
You know, as the liaison for Parks and Rec.
Oh, okay.
This is really to address cannabis issues in a park, whether it be whatever tobacco products there are, and adding the 2 parks that hadn't been in the original.
Right. And so those were the only things that were reviewed by legal counsel. Is that
Correct.
Yeah. And so, because the thing is, honestly, like there are things in here, some are just grammatical. But if we're going to post this to the public, but like, I think that there are some things that are a little problematic in terms of the language, but I would like to, I'm not going to vote against this. I mean, if this is the consensus that we just make these changes and go forward because this isn't the time to do it, I'm happy to cooperate with that. But I also think as someone who is really eager to develop a process to review the town's policies and ordinances, I felt like, oh, this is an opportunity. We're going to do an update. So let's look at this one a little more closely. So I'm a little conflicted on this, I guess. And one thing that I think definitely, like the most major thing that I thought about adding to this ordinance or asking if we wanted to add this to this ordinance was like most are just grammatical and confusing language within the document. But there was in the purpose that talks about
that it's to preserve the public space and maintain order on lands owned and managed by the town of Hartford. I thought that that was a great opportunity for us to consider putting in a land acknowledgement, considering particularly this park right here at Lyman Point at one time was a fishing village of the Abenaki tribe. And so I guess if I am confident that there is going to come a time that we as a town are going to be able to more thoroughly, like I'm gonna be a little embarrassed, frankly, if we're gonna put this out to say to the public, does this look good? Like, what if the public comes back and has the same comments I do about the, you know, the no person in a park language or this kind of stuff? Is it, if the public comes back and questions it, does that mean we have to change it?
Scott, go ahead.
I think if the public comes back and questions it, then, you know, you don't pass it. I mean, you have the, you know, authority to pass the recommendations or not, right?
Okay. Those are just
You know,
advisory.
the other thing, you know, and then plus related to tobacco products and, you know, and cannabis, it's state law, it can't be used in a public park, public space anyway, and public spaces include parks. So whether it's in here or not, really, you know, so.
I mean, in that.
So
Sorry.
anyhow, I'm just saying it is, and like we just had a little sidebar conversation. You know, this was presented to the Park and Rec Board to address those two issues. It is definitely something that, you know, would be good to have the total park ordinance under a full review, but even just talking about cannabis and getting the proper language was, you know, a few hundred bills, you know. So, you know, the starting top to bottom is going to be a major project. So, and it can't just be the Park and Recreation Department and the committee trying to go through an ordinance. We're going to need some legal review, probably a professional, you know, that does this to study how it's being used and what you need to add to it to be in compliance with all types of things. So I support that and know that our ordinance is dated and probably has some errors and grammar errors and lack of, you know, proper statement or how it reads is influenced. So or a duplication of certain things. So I do agree with that. It just wasn't the time for us to review that entirety. So.
Could you, if we did not make any revisions to the ordinance, if we just didn't vote in favor of doing the update, could you still put signs in the town parks that said no cannabis or tobacco products? We just don't have an ordinance to, I mean, it could be enforced by other.
I'm not quite sure. I can't answer that.
I think if there isn't an
But it's
ordinance and there's a sign and I brought cannabis to the park and someone tried to find me or something, I'd say, what are you talking about? There's no ordinance.
So
You know?
yes, for example, okay, one good example. I know, you know, the smoking ordinance in public parks, right? I mean, it was a big deal a long time ago. And for the right reasons, you know, little kids, people, families playing in the parks, it's tough. They're going to concerts, having people going secondhand smoke into areas was very unpleasant. So, you know, it's identified here, no alcohol in a public space, no tobacco products in a public space. And it means that. You don't bring it.
It says you
Leave it
can't
in your
possess it.
car.
You
Right.
can't possess it.
Right.
Even a pack of cigarettes in your
Right.
bag is not illegal.
Or a beer in a bag as well.
Yeah.
Don't bring it to the park.
Yeah.
And I think that was just a hard stance that was made by the town at that time, that's what they wanted it to say. Now, in a public space, state law, right? You probably bring a beer in your bag if you wanted to and just don't consume it. Or you can bring a pack of cigarettes and just don't smoke it, right? But not in our parks.
No.
It's just a strong language to say, we don't want it here. So.
Mary?
The way I thought of this, and maybe I'm totally wrong, was particularly since we're now the Cannabis Control Board, I felt very strongly that we had to address some issues in our ordinance. So you get that done, and I think your thoughts on reviewing ordinances for language, et cetera, is great. But I think it's something that we need to, okay, we're gonna set aside some time down the road, figure out how much time it's gonna take to go through each ordinance that might take, a long time, rather than taking up this time, which I felt was timely, considering we do now have cannabis in our town and selling it. And I just, I'm not against looking at language, but I think with more time for people to look at it and make comments, then that's for another day, another meeting. That way people have more time to think about it and then react to it. That's just my opinion.
What I thought was interesting in this, and so in a prior life, I drafted legislation for the Vermont legislature. I did for like 7 years. So there are a couple of things which sort of jumped out at me. Like if I was like in my role then, and you were in the legislature and I gave you this bill, you wouldn't see Article 1, Article 3, Article 4, Article anything except the 2 articles where the changes are, basically because people would be like, oh, what about this article? There's no change. Let's change the language. So you try and do that. But what we would also do, and if we were asked to amend a bill and had really old, out-of-date language, while we were amending it to sort of effectuate the intended purpose, if there was arcane language, we would just clean it up in that and then give it to the legislature, the legislative committee. The other thing, the legislature is empowered, and I don't know, this is something, if we ever have the resources, is you can always like draft an ordinance where you're basically like, some entity is, is given the authority to go into the ordinances, make any like language cleanups, updating, as long as none of the meaning of the ordinance is changed. And so in the summer, when the legislature's not there, they actually go through, the green books, there's like 33, and they go through a different title each year, and they just go through and they clean everything up. And so one year they get to labor, and it's like every reference to workers' compensation is workman's compensation. So they just go and they change it, and they're authorized to do that. It doesn't actually have to get like passed again. So I think there are ways like in the future, like either if, we're being brought an ordinance, it's being changed, if we can update the language then when it comes to us, that's one. And if we ever have the resources, if someone wants to, go through and make those changes throughout the ordinances, that's another way you can sort of deal with this. Because I know that is a problem, that comes up and things just don't even make sense, or the terms are outdated. So, there's probably a way going forward to sort of, address that.
Well, I'm disappointed, but I'm not gonna hold up Betty.
Are we allowed to speak?
Yes, sir.
So I don't want you guys to think I'm being facetious, because I'm really not. But in a policy on policies, which you adopted in October of 2021, that part was a little facetious. This is a great place to say, like, plan out that money and that time for lawyers of like, this is the cycle we're gonna do this department, and it very slowly, obviously the beginning will be time consuming, but that is where you can establish these opportunities to say, we're gonna clean up arcane language every time we look at it, and this department comes under review in November, and this department, and that's a good way to spread out the legal pieces of that, and also constantly be updating those pieces.
Thank you, that's a great suggestion. Okay, so I know that, we've got the two changes essentially that were brought to us, the ones that change the substance of the policy. I'm willing to take a motion. Lanny?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, Select Board adopt the recommendations to the amendment to the Hartford Park Ordinance as presented in the attached requested revision, and follow the statutory prescribed procedures set forth in 24 VSA 1972 at sequence for adopting, amending, or repealing an ordinance.
Do I have a second?
I'll second the
I
motion.
have a second from Mary. Any discussion before we vote? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so 5 to 1 to 1. Rocket science. Yep, so 5-1-1, I think.
I said yes.
Oh, I think you said
No, she
no.
said
No,
yes.
sorry. All right, 6-0-1. Sorry, Kim.
I was gonna say you can't count out.
No, I can't count. All right, well, anyway, so here we are. Thanks, Scott. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Scott.
And we've got the March 31st, 23 financial update.
Yeah, so before we start that, Sarah made a good point. Timeline in place, money in point. we're going to be starting 2025 budget discussions in less than 2 months. So if this is an area that's very important to you, I recommend that you mark it down and bring it up when we start doing the budget discussions, because that's where you'll be able to find the money to do it, because we obviously don't have it in the 24 budget, but
Great.
before we.
Thanks, Gil.
So March 31st, financial statements. Our glide path where we should be at is at 75%. We're 9 months into it. For those of you who are new at reviewing.
I missed a hand up.
Okay, let's
I'm
do
sorry.
it quickly.
I was not looking at that screen.
Can one of you grab Scott really quick though, just in case it's regarding Scott? Please, thanks.
Thanks.
Michelle, go ahead. Sorry, I missed your hand up.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. No, it's okay. I should have lowered. I apologize. Thank you.
Go home
Oh,
again.
you should lower. Okay, great. Thank you.
Darn.
We thought it was.
Thanks for coming. Now go home.
Good response time.
See you later.
Thank you, Scott. Yes, so anyways, so back to, we're looking at the March 31st financials, and our glide path is 75%. We're 9 months into the 12 months of our fiscal year. For those of you who are new at looking at the financial statements, you may say, we're in May, why are we looking at March? We have to go a full month after we close a month to make sure that we receive all the invoices and revenue for that particular month. It's a great little icons that we have in place here. We have our green light, red light, and yellow light. Can't get much more simpler than that for everybody. So with that being said, you do have the presentation. Are there any questions that anybody has? I don't have, for those of you who don't have it or didn't have time to look at the agenda, we're right where we need to be. I don't have any concerns. I continue to have regular conversations with all of the department heads and looking at where we're at and how we're going to end this fiscal year and where their projects are. Do they have any encumbrance requests? Do we miss the boat on anything? And feeling pretty good. As always, I'm very proud of the staff that we have and the way that they are being team players, because we know that sometimes life happens, just like this building with the condenser here. They're all willing to give up a little bit to contribute to the team part of it. So with that being said, if there's any questions.
Randy?
Yeah, my question was on the area of the delinquent taxes. How many of the individuals that have delinquent taxes have a payment plan set up with the town?
I
What
don't know how
percentage?
many. I think you've asked that before. Lana, do
Yeah.
you know off the top of your head?
It's less than 20. I don't know how many.
Less than 20.
So as far as the delinquent taxes go, you probably heard me like a broken record. Like every year, my goal is we stay around $1 million before we go into the next fiscal year.
I know,
So
I know we can't force anybody to go into a payment plan, but it'd just be nice if people would make a concerted effort to try to pay their taxes in a payment plan.
well, certainly, I think as many do that they can. We've also been very pushing out the state programs that they have. We're still getting payments from the state, from VHFA, for individuals who are residents that have applied for assistance. And that's been a very beneficial program for a lot of their residents, that they're not having to make those hard decisions of where they spend their money. So that program is actually coming to an end, I believe, next month, which will be unfortunate, but I can let you know that we've had many residents take advantage of that, not only for their property taxes, but for their water and sewer bills as well.
As a BCA member, it's just nice to be able to have people have payment plans or to have information. It's nice to not have them come to the BCA again asking for arbitration.
No, yeah, absolutely. But we also, individuals need to be responsible for themselves
I
as
understand.
well. So
I'm well
we
aware of that.
provide them the resources that we readily have available. But again,
And the other, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Lane.
I'm sorry, Sean. The other question I guess I had is question on the solid waste fund. Last year, it was 517,000 and left over.
Revenue or expense?
I'm looking at solid waste fund under expenditures. Page one of the, it'd be one under, yeah, like 38 of the PDF thing. And then this year we're looking at 457,000. Is it because we've cut down on the services that we've provided? Why the number is so much different?
so I'm looking at the appropriation. So last year, the year-to-date expenditures were 435,000 and the year-to-date expenditures for 2023 is 473,000. So there's only about 40,000 difference, which is about 4%, 5% difference. That's not a big concern for me. So am I looking at something differently than what you're looking at, Lanny?
No, you're looking at the same thing. I was looking at different number stuff. So, okay, so the year to date, so we are high, we are actually higher.
We are, we're about 5% higher than what we were last year.
And there was a balance left over of 517,000 at the end of last year. Is that correct, the way I'm reading that?
The 500, that's where we were at as of March of last year.
Right, okay, so then that was rolled forward towards, what happens to those funds, I guess?
Those are enterprise funds. Those funds don't go anywhere, unlike the general fund where there's money that's left over within the budget. Those funds are rolled up in either A, they go into an encumbrances that we put in front of you, or they go into the unassigned fund. The biggest part about solid waste is that I have to remind you that the majority of their funding that they receive is from the general fund. The general fund gives them about $350,000 a year. So without having that funding, they actually would be in the negative.
And the other question I had is that on the revenue comparison report for solid waste, again, year to date last year, 2022 was 605,000. And this year to date is 642,000. But yet we've reduced the number of hours that were open at the landfill. So I'm trying to understand where all that, is it because we raised the prices so much on dumping fees?
It's a matter of fee for service. So if we have more individuals or businesses that are utilizing it, then that's where the revenue would be coming from.
We cut the hours, but increased the costs. So, okay.
Well, the costs remain the same. I mean, with the exception of 5%. And as far as the revenue goes, yeah, the revenue did go up.
Well, the cost for dumping though was higher. We increased the cost of dumping.
That's a fee for service.
Right,
So I just want to make sure that when you say cost, people individual automatically think that it's an expense of what it takes to operate that. So what you're saying is the fee that the residents pay
Correct,
for that service. So fee for service, yes, increased.
Okay. Okay. Those are my questions.
Okay.
Just the general fund revenues being at 108%. And that's like entire fiscal year, isn't it?
Nope, that's through March 31st. And so what happens I went and looked at the general fund. There's a few different components that are affecting that. So number one is we have a few departments that budgeted extremely low and their revenues are much higher than what they had anticipated. So that's the major part of it. The second part of it is the town has to make installment payments to the school for their portion of the property taxes. And we receive a draft amount or estimated amount from the state of Vermont in September, and they say, this is what we think that you're going to owe the school. And so we have an agreement with the school that we pay them certain amounts. It's not until May that we actually receive the final cash flow amount. And so that changes the amount of our revenue as well, because the town doesn't get to keep as much of that. So those are the two components. One is departments are receiving more revenue than what they had budgeted for. And then during March through May, we're kind of like waiting to see what the state says.
And so the projected, the 18,478, 171 amount, that's not the total fiscal year.
No, it's only through March, but I can tell you that we did get the final numbers from the state and it's within $100,000. So you're not going to see a huge change in that area. So, and I say that again, they give us an estimate usually in September, but they don't know what the final number is going to be until May. And then they send it to us. So I actually just did those final calculations, which you're going to see the payment to the school this month and then the final one next month.
Thank you.
One more question, and it's not on here, and if you don't have the answer, I fully accept it. Do you know if we have any bonds that are dropping off this year?
We do not.
No, okay. That's right.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Gail.
All right.
All right. Our next item is Bugbee Senior Center Capital Assessment Contract Award. Dana's joining us for that.
He is here, and while he's getting situated, everybody's had time to look at it, and we're open for questions. And
Yeah.
Mark Bradley is obviously here from the Bugbee Center as well. That he would be available for questions depending on what they are.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions? After we're doing this? Danny?
Yeah, who is it that reviewed the contracts for the vendors on this?
Are you asking who reviewed the proposals?
Yeah.
That would be Scott Hausler, it would be Dana, it would be myself, and we also let Mark Bradley review them as well.
Okay. And are we going to be able to get the full scope of services of what we need done with going with the vendor that's been recommended?
That is our proposal that we put forth.
I don't see that as an answer though. I mean, Mark, do you want to weigh in on that? You're gonna be able to get what we need?
Mark's already provided his comments to the staff that's here. And so I'm not sure that it's appropriate for him to come forward.
I just want to make sure that we're able to get done what we need to get done up there.
Well, I don't think they'd recommend this for that.
No, I appreciate that, but it also is a town building, and we did afford Mark the opportunity to provide his comments regarding that particular facility, which we do value.
And if you look at the scoring metrics, the scope in such is one of the key things that we reviewed.
I thought it was pretty clear.
Any other comments? Kim?
Just so the balance of the full 80,000 after this, will that just be used for implementation and for the doors, the access doors? Like it'll still be used for the same project?
Well, so we're hoping that we can have that discussion this evening, because I think back to the original meeting where we started out with $2,000 or $4,000 to do some doors. And then by the time the meeting ended, we were at $80,000 for this capital assessment. So we do know that.
$80,000 just for the doors.
It was.
Before, yeah.
It was, and then it changed to a
Well,
feasibility
I'm
study.
going to say that the board made the decision to set aside $80,000, which includes the capital assessment that we have here.
Yeah.
If the board would like to make a decision based on what the assessment comes back, I think that we should regroup at that point to determine where the balance should be spent. I believe that the board is committed to making the necessary changes that we need to make at the center. I know that there has been extensive discussion extensive discussion why nothing has been done yet, which I believe that Mark has explained many times. And I would welcome him to speak regarding that if there's anything that the board had set for an expectation that either myself or Mark missed that needed to be completed prior to the assessment being completed. So if there is something that we did miss, then we certainly will own it and work towards making that happen within the $80,000 that we have, less this feasibility.
Randy?
I guess I'd just like to understand, there's a big difference here between 85,267 and 27,552, while saying that either vendor could provide exactly what is needed. There's obviously something in there to drive a cost of $85,267 that was not in the Studio Nexus. Unless we're inflating things astronomically, like,
Or
you know, aircraft. Like
Well,
that.
I think it's very, very similar to, you can go buy a car somewhere for $50,000 for the same exact thing that you could go down the street and buy it for 25,000. It's a matter, every vendors have a value of what they set for their service, and we can't control what they do with that.
We're not talking about, space shuttle toilet seats here. We're talking about, lumber and nails and screws and
Absolutely.
sheetrock here.
But it's no different than when we have contractors come for.
We're just talking about the feasibility
Not
study.
talking about
Well-
materials, it's like a assessment.
Everybody values their services. I think that I'm worth like $50,000 an hour, but you may think that I'm only worth like $50 an hour, but I could put myself out there for that.
Don't stand around waiting for it.
Yeah, right. So I think that, and that's why we have a scoring process that we go through to make sure that what we're looking for gets met.
We want to entertain a motion on this one. Kim or Dale?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion, the Hartford Selectboard authorize the acting town manager to execute the contract with Studio Nexus and start the feasibility study process.
I'll second the motion.
We have a second from Mary. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Dana. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
And Gail.
Thank you.
Our next item is on the Wilder Park and Ride. I don't know if there was a,
There wasn't a memo.
there wasn't a memo.
There wasn't. So this is an item that I had mentioned in the.
Joe's gonna say
So
that.
he can speak after we hear the update. Joe, you're gonna speak on the Park and Ride, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's hear from Gail and then you come up to the lectern, okay?
So the Wilder Park and Ride I brought up at the last meeting that we had, that I was going to be bringing it up tonight to have a discussion regarding it. And I have reached out to the state of Vermont exploring the different options of either temporarily closing it or permanently closing it. And obviously making the decision to close it permanently is a huge decision, and we certainly wouldn't want to do without it being fully vetted. I think that we all, as a leadership team internally, and as well as you as a select board, have heard from many residents regarding the concerns that they have, not feeling safe from either the amount of traffic that's happening there, the events that are happening there. We are working on a grant to get lights in that area. We also will be hearing from Public Works and Public Safety at our meeting on the 30th regarding cameras there, because that's also been an alternative that's been asked. All of the alternatives that we've come up with so far certainly have an impact on the community, and some can view them as a positive impact, and some can view them as it's an invasion of their privacy, whether it's light noise from putting lights in there or putting cameras there who feel like that they're having their privacy invaded. So what I wanted to do was get it on the agenda, have discussion about it, hear what you have to say. I know that we have a lot of residents that may or may not feel comfortable speaking either in the room or online, but this is a discussion that we need to have. The state has said that we only need to give up to a minimum, only a minimum of 1 week notice if we would like to close it. Again, it would be a temporary situation until we can come back together and decide what is best for the community and what we should do. I can tell you that there is an exceptional amount of labor that is put into responding to residents, whether they're emails, phone calls, ourselves driving up there, speaking with individuals who are there, as well as the police department and public safety, Public Works. for the amount of trash and other items that I wouldn't want to discuss that are there. So this is the opportunity for us to have that discussion. If any of you have suggestions, and also, as I said, for the community to speak about it.
Lynn?
We have any idea as far as the average number of vehicles that use that for purposes of parking ride on a daily basis?
We have been actually monitoring it, and it's less than 10. Most days it's less than 5. The weekends it's a little bit more busier, but it's not very often.
And if this were to close, where is the alternative for parking for individuals that utilize that for the intended purpose?
We currently don't have an alternative, and that was discussed with the state as well. And I said, as long as we, notify, put signs up, let the public transportation know that the low usage wouldn't have that much of an impact. A lot of people who park there actually are gone. The ones who do use it, they take the bus down and get on the train, and then their vehicle is there while they're gone. So
I'm confused though, when you mention the state, is it owned by the state or owned by the town?
It's not, the town owns it. The state does have a right of way to it.
Okay, so they have authority over the lot in some way, fashion, or?
They have a right of way, and that's it. And I did ask them who can make the decision whether or not you can close the parking ride, and the select board can make that decision. I reached out to them for proper guidance, because there's always been a discussion, who owns the park and ride, and who can close it, and who can put lights in there, and who can change things that are there. So the town does own it. As I said, they do have a right of way, but the select board has the opportunity, if they would like to close it, that they can.
And you're just looking for discussion. You're not looking for a motion to
I
close
am
it,
not
or-
looking for a motion tonight. I'm looking for a discussion so we can move forward at the next meeting and have another discussion about what we would like to do. Because currently the way that the park and ride is being utilized is not safe for the community, and it's not good use of the resources of the staff of the town of Hartford.
I'd just be curious, as part of those discussions, and maybe with members of the public as well, as what would be a good use for that if we did close it? Like, well, to not just have like an abandoned parking lot, but could we?
Well, I'm sorry, I would hope that we reopen it at some point. That's.
Yeah, I thought it was sort of like temporary, like close it temporarily. We look at like what measures could be possible to make it safe, like
I see.
lights or cameras. But if we get to the sort of decision that that's too much of an invasion of people's privacy or their comfort because the light keeps them up at night, something that maybe we don't do that.
Yeah, I
At
most
that
certainly
point, I'm
wouldn't
not sure
recommend
where-
that we close it permanently at this point. What I'm asking is for a discussion to close it temporarily so we can have a discussion about what actual alternatives, just try to stop the bleeding a little bit so we can actually take a breath and have a discussion about what would be best.
Okay, and then is end up when you're ready.
Yeah.
Quick question, do we know, are most of the problems there during the evening or during the day or all the time?
It's all the time.
Any more select board? Joe, did you want to come up and?
Yeah.
You can do it from
Excuse
there.
me for a few minutes. I just want to give you a background on, if you don't mind, on Wilder.
Okay.
Okay, what really irks me is that it's called Wilder Parking Ride.
Okay.
Okay, and why is that? Because it's not in Wilder. It has never been part of Wilder. And how they named it as Wilder, I don't know. It's been forever Taft Flat. Okay, and the camp that I am on, we've been approaching 150 years, and all of our posters and so forth identify it as White River Camp. The Knight's Funeral Home has a White River Junction address. Blood Seafood has a White River Junction address. Whoever came up with this Wilder, park and ride, it should be theoretically, if you're gonna do something with it, please change the name back to either Taft Park and Ride or Taft Flat or something like that. Because I tell you, when I grew up in Wilder, now I'm the I'm the oldest person here in the room, so I know a lot of history of Wilder. I remember when the Wilder Dam was being completed, that's how old I am. So, and we were, as kids, we were very strong competitors with the kids from Taft Flat. And we would never claim that as Wilder. So please reconsider at some point renaming that. It is not Wilder, has not been. In fact, our camp has our own railroad stop. We had a pass where we had our own platform for the campground there. And it's been there for almost 150 years as White River Camp.
Well, thank you for the history.
Well, should be.
Exit on the interstate.
Yeah,
it's
true.
I don't care.
Well, thank you. That's nice to hear. Hand and then Heidi, sorry.
Okay. Marie, go ahead.
Hi, so my thought on the Wilder Park and Ride is definitely temporary close it. It's one of those things that really I don't feel should be in a neighborhood. Most of your park and rides are right off the interstate, and they seem to generate issues where they are. I know that the incident with the campers a few years back, they ended up going down to the one in Windsor or Heartland for a while, and then they're up to Thetford, and neither Thetford nor Heartland are in neighborhoods. They're right off the interstate, not near houses. So that certainly would be a big plus, I think, up here. Although I've noticed a big calm lately. The police are patrolling up here more. It's obvious. But as you know, it's a burden for them to constantly have to do that as well. And so I see that side of it as well. And I guess an option would be to rent out spaces, put parking meters in there. And I think cameras are certainly good. I don't know, with all the drugs going on around here, I don't know why we can't get a hold of more drug users personally, but yeah, that's my 2 cents on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marie. Appreciate it. Heidi, did you have a comment?
Heidi Duto, White River Junction, Vermont. As far as the park and ride goes, there are some day users. There are also some vehicles that go up there and they sit for a week and a half. And then you'll find a truck trade out for a car for another week and a half. And then that same vehicle, the truck, comes back to replace the car, and it rotates, and this continues on. And then you also have the same vehicles going back into the dark corner, and then you have cars visiting those corners. And they're dealing drugs up there. It's very well known that they're dealing drugs up there. I've witnessed this myself. I've seen them driving out of there. They shouldn't be on the road. I've witnessed them sitting on the curb behind the vehicles using the drugs. I've watched known drug users go in there to get their drugs. Within a 10-day time period, we had 2 overdoses on Hartford Avenue. One at Cumberland Farms and another one at the mobile station. At the same exact time, I was sitting at the Bugbee in that Haven meeting. All those sirens that went by us, they went to the mobile station for yet another overdose. Yeah. There are 2, not 1, 2 houses right across the entrance of our high school and our middle school, known drug houses. Yes, I'm starting to tell the Hartford PD about it. So having that park and ride open where they can also get their drugs from, I think this is a great idea to shut that place down. Because I think it's just one more place to have people sleeping in their vehicles, to also be getting and dealing their drugs out of. Because now I'm dealing with Hartford PD, which is, yes, they're great about going up there, but we're also utilizing our police force for something that we shouldn't have to continuously call them about, but we're also, as residents, feeling awful about calling Hartford PD about. So now I'm actually relaying upon our acting town manager to do my dirty work. I'm reaching out to Gail to also call this in. Because there's 2 males in 2 vehicles that are not only sleeping in our park and ride on a regular basis, they're going over to St. Paul's to sleep in. I really wish Mr. Redmond had stayed here, because they're sleeping in St. Paul's and they're sleeping at the Haven. And this has been going on for a good month or more. So how do we stop this? Isn't this a good question? One solution is shutting down the park and ride, even if it's for a short period until we figure out how do we light that place up without harming the residents in the area, but we stop some of the issues on Hartford Avenue. I know it's not a permanent solution, but it's a partial solution. So that's where I believe that even before we start this safety review, we have more safety conversations in this town. That's not the only area in Hartford, but we need to have conversations about safety, because our school children are all of our children, not just yours, not just Sarah's, not just one person's. They're all of our children, because we're adults. Thank you.
Yeah. So it seems like our sort of task is at the next meeting, we will need to vote whether to.
I will ask for a motion if possible.
All right. So something for us to think about and take up at the next meeting.
Can I ask a devil's advocate question? Does it have to be 24 hours shutdown? When I worked at the college, I parked there every day and took advanced transit because I wasn't gonna park at the college. I don't work at the college anymore, so it's been 3 years. I don't know what usage is now, but like, does it have to be 24 hours shutdown, or could it be?
That would be the recommendation, that it be closed. Because the activity that's happening there, it doesn't matter if it's 6 o'clock in the morning, 11 o'clock in the morning. It's.
I was just curious. I haven't done it in 3 years because I was for a job, but I park there every day.
Okay, well, we'll be ready next meeting to make a decision on that. We'll look forward to a recommended motion. All right, our next item is the draft Hartford board. What?
Got a hand up?
Okay, hand up.
All right, Michelle, your hand up this time?
Yes, I do. Thank you so much. It's Michelle, White River Junction, Michelle Boleski. So I live right around the corner from the park and ride, and I also was a school board member, and so I have concerns about students. They often go that way to go to Cumbies, and that's been a lot of my concern, plus some of the kids in the neighborhood. And to be frank, I've seen a lot of stuff there, and I just started calling a couple of years ago, and again, I hate calling. I hate bothering the police department. Had a long conversation with Acting Chief Kelly, and one of the things that I've realized is that we have a lot of ordinances, but we don't have any way of enforcing them. So something like parking really, and again, this ties into the safety thing, that would be a great job for someone who goes around and checks, to see if somebody is parked there for more than 7 days, or, goes and checks there to make sure that there aren't abandoned, because I've seen abandoned vehicles without tires. I've seen abandoned trailers. I can't even tell you the things that I see. I've seen adults use diapers in there, and trash and food, and there's no garbage cans. So and apparently they're obviously needles, and I feel so bad for the people that live on the other side of that fence. And the one gentleman who passed away used to be on the police force here, was so upset with what had happened. I felt so bad for him. He had given service to his town, and nobody would listen to him. And you know, and now I think about his widow and all the crap that goes underneath that fence that's tossed and thrown on those people's property. And you know, there's got to be solutions, and that's not acceptable. I don't know if it closing it down permanently is, you know, part of me goes, yes, you know, but I also know that's not practical. But I think really looking at our ordinances and the way we enforce ordinances, we have ordinances about dogs. We have, you know, we have ordinances about buildings. We have all sorts of ordinances, but we really don't have components to enforce those ordinances. So I'd also love to see, like, and I know we don't have the staff for that, but, you know, we talked about having police on bicycles, especially up on Taft's Flat in that area, you know, which wouldn't be so, you know, would be a little more community policing. So, you know, I'm hoping that we look into all those things. You know, I think lights would be great. You know, again, I would feel bad for the neighbors, and I would like to see, especially the people that border the park and ride, to be included in this conversation, or at least somebody reach out to them, because I know that they're elderly. And now the woman that's right next to the park and ride has a security system. I mean, they didn't, when I moved here, they didn't lock their door, you know, and they got cameras and a security system. So, you know, that's the sign of the times, and, you know, it's unfortunate, but I think having those discussions, looking into ordinances, you know, parking meters, that sounds like a great idea, you know, because that certainly would give teeth, you know, to parking expectations. So anyway, that's it for me. Thanks for bringing this up.
Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it. All right, so we're moving on to the draft Hartford Boards and Commissions vacancy posting policy and appointment policy. We have those items here. You've had a chance to look at them. Ally, I know you did the work on this. Do you want to give us any background or any introduction? It's up to you on that one.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'll just, a lot of it is in the memo, but you know, just to give context that, you know, we were discussing and I've gotten lots of feedback about how can we make our policies around how can our community know if there are vacancies on boards, commissions, and committees? What's the formal process and procedure? And then also having more formalization and clarity around how folks are appointed for committees, boards, and commissions. Ideally also to support, you know, transparency, clarity of information. And then also, you know, how are folks getting more equitable access and understanding how they can participate and know about how to volunteer and be part of serving the town if they want to. So we have two draft policies that I put together in a template that was actually provided by H. Corey. It was something they had sent when they had initially proposed the policy on policies work. So there's, you know, a structure and that includes, you know, what's the title of the policy and keywords, especially thinking about eventually when this goes into whatever, you know, searchable, the most searchable process ever on our new website for, you know, policies, ordinances, that there's an easy keyword search. What's the purpose? What's the scope? Any definitions? What the policy statement is? So what it's intended to do. And then a section that's actually helps us track when it was approved, if we're making amendments, you know, what version number it is, any associated policies, just to start to actually aggregate that information as well. So all of that to say, would welcome, you know, discussion. Maybe it's helpful to just take each one at a time. First, the vacancy notification policy. And then maybe just the other thing to note process wise, though it's not in the memo, is I think the intention would be to cull feedback and potential revisions and edits this evening, and then be ready to actually adopt those at the next meeting, because as I understand it, we do have some folks who are actually eagerly, like, there are applications in the pipeline, and we've been holding on those because we've been awaiting a formal policy. So would love to, solidify that, not rush it, but also solidify it sooner rather than later. So
Yeah, I see the recommendations with the blank dates, so the idea we can get feedback and then next week, next meeting, just finalize it.
yeah. And then the other thing also maybe I'd add is I reached out to the Vermont League of Cities and Towns just to check, like, is this within our, authority to do this? And because it's not, an ordinance, it's not another type of like external facing policy. This is internal to kind of select board operations. It's not something that needs to go through a legal review, but they did recommend, I shared it with the staff attorney, the drafts with the staff attorney that I reached out to, who said, like, just doing a glance like this, what you have already probably would be fine. But I think it would probably be in our best interest, just as part of the review process and before adoption, we send it to the LCT one more time just to do like a final pass if there's anything that they would flag.
Good.
But
That sounds good. Mary?
Quick question, just semantics.
Yep.
Where you say on the 15th of each month. Meaning by the 15th of each month, or actually that date?
This was pulled from, I think this was you're talking about the vacancy notification policy.
Yeah.
Which for folks, that's on page 110 of the packet. So that would be ideally on the 15th of each month, right? And I'm just putting that in there
Actually, I
because
have a
that was
recommendation for a little change on that anyway,
okay.
so. Happy to.
Sure.
You want, and I do like, Callie, I hadn't had time before. I do have just a couple notes to suggest, because I was thinking, let's see, consider changing the days that the vacancies are publicly posted to match up with when the agendas are sent to the Valley News. But currently it states, oh, this is the date it's posted. So I think it could say by the 15th of the month, and we can run that by, I think that was Paula that came up with that original proposal. So I would recommend saying by the 15th of each month, but then the dates that it's, so instead of it being the first and third Wednesday, that posting date correspond to when the agendas are sent to the Valley News. Because we're simultaneously saying that the administrative assistant and corresponding select, sorry, I'm ahead of myself. At minimum, on the first and third Wednesday of each month, the town of Hartford will post the openings to all these places, including with the agendas in the Valley News. But those agendas in the Valley News are probably not sent out on the first and third Wednesdays of every month.
So maybe even just separating out that sentence.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, and I'm tracking all of this as well on the. Okay. Do you mind, Lane, if I just, I'm also, when I looked back at this too, just now, I'm like, the first and third Wednesday, right? I'm like, if it's not on the Wednesday, is that, I would feel fine. Well, I wonder, I think maybe all of us might, so.
We could even just say
so
like
twice a month?
Twice a month. Does that sound
With that,
reasonable to staff?
Well, I think my only recommendation would be is twice a month. I think you need to give dates so you can hold accountability for the dates that they need to be submitted by. So like by the
15th and the 30th, except for February.
Probably the 15th and the 28th. I think that'd be appropriate.
Well, then we should change when the committee chairs have to send it. So maybe they should send it on the 5th of by the 5th of each month. By the 5th of each month, committee chairs should share any vacancies with staff. And then on the 15th and the 28th or something like that.
Okay.
What do you think?
No, I mean, I think if you can put a date, I mean, we know how many days are in a month and what there is. I just think if you put a specific date, there's.
It's easy to know if you're behind.
There's error.
Simplify.
Okay.
And then just is there a way to require committee chairs to have their charge and meeting schedule on their town website page? And I was wondering if that would, like, basically, right now, like, it was great, the vacancies were just posted to the listserv. And it says for a link, for more information about the committees, go to the agenda center. But each board and commission does have their own page on the website. But I think not all committees have their charge. So like, like if we're required, if we're telling committee chairs, you need to send your vacancies to the town staff. Can we also say, you also need to keep your website up to date, or can that just be internal? Is there not?
Well, I mean, is there a board liaison to every one of these committees?
Yeah.
So you as a board liaison, how are you empowering them or encouraging them to keep the information up to date?
Yeah.
And not saying that it should lay all on each of you, but since this is going to be a policy that you're all adopting for each one of you, procedure, it might, if you can start with you to remind them, I think that that might be a good starting point.
We have no access to that information.
To the
We have
website
no
listing.
way to update our pages. I mean, I send Lana emails.
Yeah.
But like the town manager search committee has the charge on it, but no agendas and minutes. My Corey page has my list of attendees and then a link that back to the agendas and minutes. Like there's not any consistency in that circle, but like I can't update or make any changes to those pages.
Right.
Sure. And I don't think that we would give you or
Right,
anybody
right,
else
right.
access to it. It would be done through internally.
Okay.
So I mean, I don't know what we would be able to do. I don't want you to put something in a charge that a chair is to keep this thing updated when I don't know that we have the ability.
Right.
Yeah, I think the language would be for you to provide the information to the town manager's office, because regardless of what path we go along with the communications officer, internally, externally, anything that's put on the website starts in the town manager's office. So I think putting something in there that you should provide that information, you know, by the 5th of the month to the town manager's office, and
maybe we don't need to, I'm just, you know, I was thinking, okay, well.
no, I understand that, but there has to be a
So-
centralized location where all of the information can go.
So you're saying also, may I ask a question? I never do. You're saying these notices twice a month, and you keep saying Valley News. So that's something new. I just need to know where the funding is coming from.
We talked about just literally pasting the vacancies that you would also post to the listserv at the end of the agenda.
Okay, so it's not on specific dates, it's on the agenda. So it'll be Sundays before the Tuesdays. It's not specific dates.
Right, and that's why
And that will increase the amount that ad costs. I'm just saying.
even the size of it,
Yeah,
because it's
it's
column
per
inches.
letter.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have to include, Valley News is not a deal breaker for me. I know Lanny holds it very important. I think it's gonna be very small and not that many people are gonna see it anyway.
Would we be able to have an understanding of, well, if it's by the letter, I know we won't necessarily know, but like how much extra cost it would be to try to do this before we say this is gonna
Probably
be
at least $100 to $200
per posting.
per posting.
per posting? Okay.
I mean,
I'm not attached to that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not attached to that either. I just included it because that was something that was discussed in the previous meeting, but.
And all we would add on the agenda, right, is the vacancies that currently exist. So if the committee doesn't have any vacancies, it doesn't get posted, right? So we can fill them all up.
I mean, we could
Save some
also,
money.
I mean, do you think? Yeah, so it wouldn't be in the Valley News, but we still can put them in the commission reports, the select board agendas as well. Lanny, would you be too upset if we took the Valley News out of this?
Valley News is a requirement for me because it reaches a certain segment of our population that no other source does. There's a segment of our community that still believe in black and white print on a
I am a
paper.
subscriber for Valley News.
Yeah, I've never read the
So-
agenda.
Yeah. never
I
read
just
the
read the
agenda on
rest
it
of the
either,
paper, I
true.
don't know.
Oh, yeah, get it emailed to me, so.
I believe it's in the best interest of our town to get it out in as many avenues as we can. And it's going to cost us a little something extra, yes. But as Mike said, it's not like you have an open position all the time. So, you know.
I think most of the time we do.
But you don't have to you don't have to put every single committee on there, just the ones that are vacant.
Right, but I think that there's always some committees.
That's fine. That's fine.
Here's the deal, my personal, sorry. To be not recognized, but if you want to propose where the funds would come from, I would support it. If not, I would vote in favor of taking the value news out for this time. And
Where's it funded from now?
So it's funded from contracted services out of the select board's budget, which is way over budget. And so my recommendation would be, if it's something that the board as a whole would like to have it advertised, we know we can't do anything with the 24 budget because it's already in place. Saying that, we also know that, please don't throw things at me, Kim. We also know that the board has an exceptional amount of money for training. And I know that the board's been split on the amount of money that they would like to use towards training. So one of the areas that you could look at, and I'm not saying take all of the money from training, but you do know that you have some extra money in training that could be utilized in 2024 to put towards adding the vacancy at the end of the agenda. That would be the only funding source that you have, unless you as a board would like to take it from the unassigned fund. The last part is you wait until fiscal year 2025 to make this change and put it in the Valley News.
Dan?
Could we do maybe a compromise and in the ad each week, we could say something like see agenda for board vacancies. So it's in the ad, and if people are interested, they can go somewhere else or find out or reach out to someone. Therefore, it wouldn't cost a lot of money, but it would be a generic thing that at least kept it on people's radar each week. And therefore, if we forgot to include this one or that one this week, would still sort of be covered, but it would just be that blanket statement, like public comment every week that we have. And it would hopefully be short and sweet.
I'm not sure you can do a one and then you change it for all the other postings. I'm not sure you can do that.
Sorry, I'm not understanding
Do
you.
you understand what I mean?
No, what Dan's asking is that, so at the every
Agenda, but the one that goes to Valley News.
correct. So every week, just like we change what the agenda items are, we would change whether or not there are openings.
Or no, just a
Or just
one line that
one
says.
line that says, contact us for board openings or
Yeah.
something.
Or the
Put down
website.
bottom with all the agendas. It's not gonna be, the other ones is not gonna be detailed.
Yeah.
Right,
That's
so
what
it-
you're asking, so.
Yeah.
So just in the one that goes to the Valley News to save the money, it's one line, one sentence. We know every week it's gonna cost us 20 bucks or
Correct.
50 bucks or whatever.
Correct. However, it's formed in the Valley News is the same way that it would be done.
Right.
Correct. Yeah, we're saying the same thing. I
Okay,
just,
yeah, so, whatever. I just think it might be a nice compromise to get it there, not cost a lot of money, and it's out there.
You know, Lanny, one sort of thought I have is whether this conversation is more productive if people identify areas that they want to change or they don't agree with, and then can sort of email that to Ally directly, because she's taking the lead on this, because otherwise we're going to be here all night long,
Yep.
parsing every sentence. So I think it's just something to think about. You know, Ally's done an excellent job. I don't really have any issues with any of this, but if there are other people disagree with it, if we can kind of get their thoughts out to Ally, and then, you know, we can come back and look at it. Maybe by that point, it's, you know, there's sort of a consensus building. We don't have to, you know, spend so much time on every little sentence. So,
I just want to get on record that I would be willing to compromise and say that we publish it once a month, vacancies, instead of twice a month.
In the Valley News.
The Valley News.
Yeah, because you can post the other ones twice a month fairly easily. I mean, there's not a cost to putting it on Facebook. Not a big cost, but.
So does everyone sort of agree with that process? I mean, you know, if there's things you really, or have questions or concerns about, bring them to Ally, and then next meeting, we'll have more of a final sort of draft. We can vote up or down.
Are you comfortable with that?
I
Well, I'm
think,
just want to, you know.
yeah, my question would be, I'm happy to try to take edits, and then also, right, like, for instance, I might get a few different versions on the same sentence, right, from someone. I don't know. And so then it kind of like, it would leave it up to me to sort of make that call. And I'm happy to do that, but I also just, I would want us to just know that that would be what would be happening, and to know that I would try to do that in a really fair way. Like that I would just be trying to take the feedback as fairly as possible.
If you're okay with that, I think that's fine. I mean, I was thinking more like, you know, like, do we want to have a section that talks about removing like, committee members or what it's for? Well, I know, but I mean, I'm talking like if I had like, what I'm thinking of at a time, I think it might be more of a question about policy as opposed to like specific language. But, you know, if Ally's okay making the choice of what language ends up in the draft, I'm perfectly fine with that.
Well, she already did that once, and I'm very grateful.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I think if I could add, I would feel okay with that, but I think what I would like some clarity on, if again, it's still okay that I'm the person holding this, that if there's any big like those questions, like structural things or big things that it's like we talk about, do we want a removal section, or like the language can get finessed, but I'd want some clarity around, and I think we all want some clarity on that.
Well, I'm thinking you're saying it's like tonight, if there are sections in there that were so objectionable, you'd want them out or amended
Oh,
like
okay, I thought you
heavily.
were saying you were wanting to take that section out. And I was
No,
like,
no,
we should
no,
talk about that.
No, but I'm saying if tonight identify things where it's like a board decision, do we even have this kind of section or not?
Okay.
And when it comes to just the workaday language of the policy, you know, you can get your edits to Ally, and Ally can, if she wants, can update it or, you know, however she wants to do it.
I do have one section I was going to ask if we can add, which is in the appointments one about.
Are we moving on to?
I don't know.
Second part.
We can. I think.
Anyone have any major questions or objections to the first policy, which is the notification policy? I know we need to finesse the language a little, but I didn't hear anything that made me think people were uncomfortable with the concepts. So then the vacancies and openings, you wanted to add something there?
The appointment one, yeah. I'm wondering if we can include a section for calling references, contacting references.
Oh.
That basically there be sort of a like the chair or vice chair will contact applicants' references.
I would be fine with that. I think we're supposed to do that anyhow.
Okay.
Then, you know, but I mean, that's just stating it in there.
So Kim, could you, where might that be, or would that just be adding a line to the applications for new members section?
I think I'd have to look at where to put it in the thing. I just was kind of asking it conceptually, and so if there's no objection to it, I'm happy to look and email you a suggestion for where to put that. And then I have another couple minor ones that I can just email you.
Okay, so calling references section, making a note.
That make the applications for new members.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there were things like, I was a little unsure about the language in the term limit section, and that how would we determine level of voter confidence? I thought that was a little ambiguous. So I kind of, but I can also, those are the kind of things I can email to you. And there is one hand up.
Okay, let's take that hand.
Okay. Are you wanting to talk again?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out about the Valley News, and that is where there is a certain generation of communication that is missing in this town. There are people who do not know or understand technology or even own a computer. So that's the generation and or folks you are missing. And the same, I was going to mention that with that survey too. I mean, it's a great little survey online if you have a computer and if you know how to use it, but you are missing the whole Upper Valley by not providing it out besides on the computer. And as you're talking, I guess I missed it. Listserv and Valley News, and where else was this going to be posted?
I think it's like our social media, so like Facebook,
Twitter.
Facebook,
Twitter, yeah, Twitter.
Twitter. I was just wondering.
I think those are the
Which those
ones.
are all free resources. The
Yeah.
Valley News is very expensive and we do currently post the agenda every time. But we can't take out full page ads for different things. And may I just add one more thing to Marie, that the electronic survey is a supplement to the listening sessions that were done in person. So it's not only the online versions. And I think there may be printed copies as well.
Bugbee always prints any electronic survey and provides them for anyone who asks.
Yeah.
So we'll take those as well.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, for anybody who asks, but people don't even know because they're not on the social media.
Now, he's got
One thing I was wondering about also was, I mean, who is responsible for posting these ads? I mean, I see stuff from Matt Osborne all the time. This for the town forest, this for green up, this for
But this
this.
one will be through the town administrator, I believe. So Lana does post, sends the Valley News the agendas. So I think it's going to be.
And then I saw a posting from her, but then I also saw one from Paula, which.
Well, I'm sure
I
there are
don't-
different reasons for posting different things, you know, I mean, we see stuff like Parks and Rec post stuff, things like that, but this one for committee vacancies, this will be handled out of the town manager's office. So,
Right, and you're only gonna post it twice a month, is what you're saying.
For vacancies.
For,
yeah,
just for
vacancies.
vacancies, just for people to know when a committee position is open. So that'll be twice a month. You can look at the agenda, it'll say Sister Cities has 2 open positions, something like that, just so people know what's available, so that if they're interested, they can come and apply.
Yeah, I guess I'm just saying I would post it more, but that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Marie. Okay, we ready to move on to the next item?
Are we on the, which policy or?
Well, I think we're moving on to the pride flag, unless Al.
Sorry, can I did want to add to the appointment policy. I put a note, I had to submit, I had to get this in for the agenda packet before I was able to hear back on a question, a response from VLCT about a question, particularly with commissions and boards, like for instance, the Zoning Board of Adjustment, Planning Commission, like Historic Preservation Commission. There are some of our boards and commissions that actually have links to statute.
Yeah.
So at the time I put in, notes about specifically referencing statute for the Planning Commission, but we probably also want to make sure that there's notes, I'm just saying this for everyone's knowledge, for some of those other boards and commissions as well. I'm saying this out loud too, especially if we're going to eventually like hold to these policies that, for instance, like the Planning Commission, if we were to keep or I think it's a Zoning Board of Adjustment, where if we were to keep the removal section, like some boards and commissions require a public hearing to do that. So that if we, just to make sure that we are in some way saying, we're going to make sure that obviously we're aligned with statute.
Yeah.
And then VLCT also told me that in the instances where statute doesn't actually say, like for instance, statute really often doesn't dictate with the boards and commissions how they're to be created, but things around like appointments and vacancies. So VLCT's advice is, if there's not that mention of statute, that's when the select board policies can kick in and we have that jurisdiction. But if it is mentioned in statute, obviously we want to follow that. So I'm just saying that out loud. And I'm thinking about, I've already sort of flagged a way to kind of modify those notes to make it a little bit more specific around when we should be consulting the statute for boards and commissions.
Okay.
I'm just saying that out loud.
Sarah?
Sorry, Sarah Campbell, White River Merchant. My first question is around our committee, because I serve 2 boards, the select board and the school board. And our application process is different for that reason. We go through, we still use the town application, but we do the first round of vetting through our committee. So I'm just curious, like, except when noted in charges, I just want to make sure that that is clear, in this section with the application process.
That's why I was specifically thinking about H. Corey there. That's
Okay.
why I added that line there.
And then I'm a little curious about the application in general about why we ask for high school and college and 3 jobs back. Like, I get the interest page, but why do we, as long as you live here and are a resident, do we need all of that information, again, to encourage people to join things?
I think that's also a great question, and I'm not trying to punt it, but just like we might want to look at the board's commission and committee's application at some point. I don't know that that's necessarily like, but I hear you, and I'm wondering.
This is my
when there
chance
might
to talk
be-
about committees. So.
Yeah, no.
And then I'd like to know what your policy will be on placing yourselves on committees. That's clearly contentious. And I'd like to know that those placements would also follow the charges of the committees that people were being placed on, if that makes any sense. So that's a big one for me. But those are just my thoughts. And thank you for doing this.
Thanks for your patience.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I have one more question. This is my project manager brain, making sure. So in terms of if folks have, ideally this would be adopted, I'm doing some back mapping here. Ideally, this would be adopted at the May 30th meeting, assuming all goes well and I don't explode our policies. Then, and then we'd want to actually post that for the agenda. I'd want to submit that to admin by the 25th. And I also want to be able to get a review from VLCT. So my kind request would be to, if folks by the end of this week, which would be May 21st, could send any edits or suggestions, then I can incorporate them and have time to share with VLCT. They respond very quickly, and then I'd be able to actually have it ready for the 30th agenda.
That sounds reasonable.
Can you make sure that Rocket gets that memo?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ally. Great work. Okay. The last item before we get into other business. Excuse me. We have a request to fly the Pride flag from July 22nd at 3 p.m. to July 29th at 3 p.m. Last year, this didn't happen. We didn't have a flag policy in place, but we do have one now. So if anyone wants to comment, if anyone's here to discuss it, they can. Let's hear you first, and then Joe.
Hello, my name is Danny Brzezowski. I'm a resident of White River Junction, Vermont, and I'm here on behalf of the WRJ Pride Committee. We appreciate you considering our request. We've held a week of Pride festivities the last week of July for the last 4 years, or this will be our 4th year. And we hope you'll consider our request. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Joe Trottier here again. It's very timely that I happened to look at Google News tonight when I turned on my phone. And here's the headline. U.S. Supreme Court issues 2 decisions impacting local sign regulations and flag policies. And then under that it says lawful or landmine, court rules on First Amendment snares. Now, I'm not going to read this 5 or 6, you can look it up. But I've been hearing it in the news for the last year in Boston, and in Dallas, and in Los Angeles, and so forth. They've made rulings. I'm not going to try to read the whole thing to you, but there's one very important final paragraph that I want to read to you. So let me get okay. In fact, it's saying that the city, you as a town, cannot fly a flag unless it's an official policy of the town and the sentiment of the town. So I'll read it to you. It says, in light of the decision in Shirtliff versus City of Boston, municipalities desiring to exercise discretion regarding the flags flown and not flown by private groups or public property should enact local policies that, among other things, identify the flags that groups can and cannot fly and what those flags communicate, e.g. the city's official sentiments. So what I would highly recommend that you, if you want to go forward this, you bring it to the entire town so that it is the town's sentiments, not this board's. Otherwise, you're opening up yourself to some very heavy duty lawsuits. Okay, this has gone to the Supreme Court. And you can find it, you can Google it, just.
I think when the Supreme Court gets in, it's because a city approves one flag but denies another. We have yet to approve a flag other than just the regular flags that fly here yet. So if we did that, that would be okay. If we denied someone's in the future, maybe they would sue us. I think that's how the Supreme Court looks at that. It's based on denials, not approvals.
I'm just curious, is it a state Supreme Court? Where is, what Supreme Court was that? That's not the US Supreme Court.
Just a moment. Let me go back. That's the United States Supreme Court.
Yeah, but what
US
happened was that
Supreme
the
Court.
city approved one and
decisions.
then denied another, and you can't deny another if you're flying one. What usually ends up happening when these get contentious is that towns just say there's no other flag that can be flown but the American.
It's not
So that is
much
something
about
that happens.
Denying, it's
It's
about
it's
content.
it's
You're
about denying.
endorsing the content by doing that.
Yes, but you can't endorse one viewpoint and deny another viewpoint if you're the
Also.
state, right? So it's not that, so that is what happens. If we decide to fly the pride flag, we can do that. If someone comes and wants to fly a different flag and we say, no, we don't agree with that viewpoint, you know, maybe that's something that comes up, but it's not really an issue yet because we haven't agreed to fly any flags because we just adopted the flag policy.
Well, you ought to get a hold of
recently.
the decisions then and read them because they're pretty specific.
Okay, I'll be happy to.
Have your lawyer check into it.
Well, I will. Yes.
And there's
A copy of the flag policy is included on page 117 of your packets. It includes the criteria for flying flags that any request must meet for the board to consider it. And it specifically mentions pride flags.
Yep, thank you very much. We have a hand,
Yes. Oh, two.
two hands.
Excuse me. Oops. Go ahead, Janelle.
Hi, Janelle Sahudsky, Queechee. I do represent this town and I would like the pride flag to be flown. There is a large community here of queer people, whether you like it or not. And I would also say that part of this town's policies in all sorts of communications is about inclusivity and about welcoming people to this community. And I think this is a really great opportunity to do that.
Thank you, Janelle.
Okay, and next is Mike, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mike.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yep, I can.
Thank you. Mike Morris, Hartford, Vermont. I have no feelings one way or the other about everything that's what we're doing here and talking about, except that if you authorize any flag from any party, religion, group, community, or whatever, you're going to have to open up a can of worms for everybody. And we've had enough controversy in the town of Hartford to where I think if you just said, no, we're not going to add any flags, period, it would simplify your life and everybody else's life. Have a sub flagpole, have a community flagpole if you want to fly different flags representing different things, different communities, and different people. But the one flag that we have, the American flag representing this country and freedom and everything else, let's not divert from that. That's all. It's not against anybody. It's just, let's keep this flag special. And I ask that you just say no to this, but maybe entertain something else, like a community flagpole or whatever. Just something, you know what I'm saying? I'm not good to express myself sometimes, but this is that American flag is what gives us all the freedom and rights to do what we want to do and how we're going to do it and carry on life. And I don't want to divert from that, and I don't want to hurt anybody else that wants to speak up either. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mike. Heidi, you come up if you have something to say.
Heidi due to White River Junction, Vermont. Something that Mike just said actually struck a chord with me. So last year, it was allowed that one of the Legion posts put up all the flags coming down into White River and through town. What if, just a thought, what if she put some flags up in the same way? And not just here,
Not sure about food.
That's,
what if not just here, if we didn't allow it at the municipal building, but what if it came down to town? On the bridge?
Wait,
that's a state issue, and that's not under our
So
control.
what about down through White River Junction?
the question before us is whether to fly it here.
Yeah.
It's not hypotheticals about whether the people are gonna put a flag somewhere else. It's a pretty simple decision. Either we say yes or we say no.
Okay, so that was just my thought.
Okay, that's fine. So if we want, we'll have discussion, but if we want a motion, if someone wants to make a motion to allow the flying of the pride flag, it would basically be like, we approve flying the flag from July 22nd, 3 p.m. to July 29th, 3 p.m.
So we can have some select board discussion.
Oh, yeah, no one's made a motion yet. I was just saying, if anyone wants to make that motion, I think that's how we do it. But we'll open a discussion, and Laney, if you want to start, you can wait till a motion's made.
Yeah.
If one is.
So I've been thinking about this a lot since I saw this come out. And I served 21 years, 20 years, I'm sorry, 20 years in the military under the United States flag. And regardless of what your perception is of the American flag is a flag that unites everyone within the United States of America. That includes LGBTQ people as well. The state flag is representative of the entire state, which includes LGBTQ people as well. So there is representation of everyone. It's a flag. Those flags are uniting flags. Those flags unite us as a country and unite us as a state. If we had a town flag that united us as a town, I'd firmly support flying a town flag. However, if we look at flying a pride flag, it doesn't represent all the people in the town of Hartford. And that to me is the type of flags that we should have. I'm agree with statements that said no flags other than the American flag and the state flag. That settles the problem, that settles the question altogether. Because we have the same division in the town of Hartford that is nationwide in America. And I know that there's people like myself out there that feel very much the same way I do, that this is a divisive gesture if we were to do this, instead of uniting. And United States flag and state flag are those that unite. So I'm gonna vote no on this.
Okay, thanks, Larry. We don't have a motion yet. Yeah, okay.
I'm happy to. I was writing it down, so I'm
good.
I'm ready. Mr. Chair, I move that the select board approve the request to fly the pride flag from July 22nd, 3 p.m. to July 29th, 3 p.m. 2023.
I'll second the motion. Go ahead.
We have a second. Who ended up second? Kim? Okay, do we have a discussion?
Yeah.
Justin?
Is it specified in the policy? I was looking but didn't see it. Who's responsible for actually putting the flag up? Could it be relied on?
I don't know, someone here must put them in half staff, right? I mean, there's gotta be someone working.
I'm sure the flag will probably be provided by the committee.
Any other discussion or just?
Yeah.
Yep, Mike?
Yeah, I might want to suggest the board. There was a great deal of controversy that came out and Budweiser, Bud Light, when Bud Light sent some beer to Mulvaney, I guess it is. Yeah, and it definitely had a distinct impact on the Bud Light sales and the image of the manufacturer. And I know you're gonna do what you want on this thing, but it has an image, it has an impact on the image of the town of Hartford. As I said, I know you guys are gonna do what you want on this thing, but we have to consider that if we're gonna do this, is there gonna be a group that's gonna be allowed to put up a flag with a cross on it for Christian rights? Or are we gonna be able to have a flag for Vietnam veterans flag? Or if there's someone out there that has, I don't know, Southern heritage, and they have a flag that's not the Confederate flag, but something similar that they wish to fly. Is that something that we're going to allow to be put on our flagpoles? And we're going to make a statement by doing this, and it's going to set precedence in the town of Hartford. And this is going to be a continuing issue. And it would be better, in my opinion, if we just said no to all, including a Christian flag or a VFW flag or a Legion flag or a Vietnam veterans flag. That would solve any problems that might come as a result of flying any flags. But again, I know how this is gonna go.
Makes sense. So we got a motion second. Okay, it's here and then we'll vote.
Janelle, is your hand up again or still?
Yeah, hi, Janelle Hutsky, Queechee. I just wanted to make one more point about, a pride flag is about people who are marginalized, and it is about, having a community and knowing that you can feel safe somewhere. A lot of those other flags that you talk about are, you're talking about a Confederate flag or something similar. A lot of those ideas and things like that are not about inclusivity, but actually the opposite. And so once again, if we're trying to say that we are an inclusive place, this is just something that shows people that they can feel welcome here. But I think talking about, like, if people are going to come up and try and fly, flags whose, the groups are like hate groups, then yeah, that would be that I think that's something different. But the pride flag is about community and, trying to overcome oppression.
Thank you, Janelle. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Ready to vote? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so
I have one more.
can't count today. Okay, so that brings us to commission reports. Lanny, you got anything?
No.
Ally, you got anything?
No.
Mary, you got anything?
Yeah, although I'm probably repeating a little bit of what Scott said. Director Hostler announced that Vermont awarded a Facility of Service Award to Hartford for its pool facility, and it was only one of 2 awards given. Hildo Jibway and Scott Snyder accepted the award and plaque. The revisions to the town's park ordinances went before the select board for approval, and the camps and programs are almost all full at the moment, and almost all employees have been hired or rehired, and only 1 employee needs to complete training at the pool. Discussion also ensued concerning the first step in the planning of a recreation center. The gathering of names for input and interest in the project will be solicited from both the commission and other town staff as they move to bring forward this project. Next meeting will be June 8th. And there is an opening, not on Parks and Recreation, but I sent this to Lana before I left to get out of town, but there is an opening for the Hartford Conservation Commission. And this coming Saturday, there is a bird walk led by Ted Levin. I have to be willing to come at 5:30 in the morning. He wanted to go at 5. So anyway, come and hear the birds sing.
Thanks, Mary. Dan?
I just want to thank Lana or whoever did the posting for the board vacancies. Thank you.
Yeah.
Town Administrator Committee met on May 11. The online survey to seek public input has been launched and can be found on the homepage of the town website until May 28th. Staff committee members are working with acting town administration to do a survey for town employees to collect information about what is important to the staff. And VLCT consultant Dominic Cloud has drafted preliminary position profile and marketing materials, which will be reviewed by the select board. And the tentative timeline includes posting a position in June, performing interviews in July, and hopefully be in position to make an offer by the end of the summer.
Thanks, Kim. I attended Sister Cities for the first time today. They've got 2 vacancies if anyone's interested.
Approve the payroll ending 5/13/2023, approve meeting minutes of 5/2/2023, approve the AP manifest of 5/12 and 5/18/2023, approve select board meetings of 6/13, 6/20, and 6/27, with 5/30 of 2023 already being approved.
Okay, we have a second.
I'll second with the comment that June 20th is our first workshop session.
Okay.
Good to know, just a reminder.
And it's 6 o'clock.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. All right, great. Okay, we've got executive session, so we need a motion to go into executive session.
Mr.
No, go ahead,
Yeah.
Ally.
Mr.
Better
Chair,
than listening to me.
no, I move that we enter executive session to discuss the evaluation of a public officer and the employment of a public officer pursuant to Title I, Section 313A3 of the Vermont statutes.
Have a second? Okay. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're gonna go into executive session.
You don't,
No, we
you
don't.
don't need Lana or I to stay here, do you?
Nope.
Nope.
So can we be in charge of following up with Lana?
Back at him.
We just got, Kim, you got that or?
Yeah. Wait, is Jan back though?
Oh, yeah.
Are we
Oh.
live, Jan? Thank you. Would you make the motion? again?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to come out of executive session.
Okay,
I'll second the motion.
we have a second from Mary. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, so we're out of executive session.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Wait, there's no formal actions.
Oh, yes, we did not take any formal action in executive session. I will take a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
We have a second.
I'll second.
We have a second from Ally. All those in favor say aye.
All right.
Aye.
All right, thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Jan.
Thank you.
Yeah, man.